Yeah. You tell me how we
Is
sound.
that it?
I know, I'm so sorry. I was
Okay.
busy doing like 10 other things that I just forgot. Okay.
All right.
Go into...
Hi, Silent.
Hey, Silent.
We are watching a Rotten Mango.
Yes.
Something Halloween adjacent.
Yes. I promised a rotten mango, so we're doing a rotten mango. Just because it's been a while since we've done a rotten mango.
It's a Halloween tragedy. 159 dead and how the police tried to cover it up.
Always a fun way to learn about things is rotten mango.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I was in the middle of trying to do something and I don't remember what it was. Oh, gosh. Cloud brain. Why are you braining?
Yep.
I was...
Take a breath and breathe.
Did I do it?
No. Like take a deep breath and breathe. Like, you know.
Okay, I did it. Yay. Nice.
No, you-
I really? All better.
Girl, you like gasped. You didn't like breathe it in
Oh
and
my-
slowly breathe it out.
I did 3 times.
All I heard was I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Noise suppression, man. Noise suppression.
That must be a thing. That must be the thing.
Yes.
Anyway, how you doing, Silent? We're here.
Go to stream manager. I would love to see my stream manager. Thank you. Also, has Discord mentioned that? Okay. Okay, it has. Good. I was worried there for a second. It just went through. I've been on for I don't even know how long, but I was like,
no,
what?
It's there. It's there.
It just went through. I was like, what are you doing? Little bot is lackey today.
There you go. I got mod view up so I can help you ban people.
Oh, yay. Okay. That's a great way
Very
to start
important.
things, you know?
Very important. Well, I just figured out mod view. On
I got an Icarin.
We got an Icarin lurker. This may or may not be a thing for you, Icarin. I don't know. It's we're reacting to Rotten Mango, so
huh?
Do with that what you will. I was just telling.
Oh, you're letting everybody know that we're reacting to Rotten Mango today and not Kitchen Nightmares. Okay, it's a Halloween adjacent episode.
Yeah, it happened on Halloween. Therefore, I mean, it's almost Halloween.
Yeah.
So, you know. Oh, and guys, what? Let's tell everybody what we're going to be doing next week.
Oh, yeah, we're going to be...
So next Thursday.
Oh, I thought you were saying this weekend, but you're talking about our 12-hour stream.
I am talking about the 12-hour stream, yes.
Okay. You want to tell them?
We are having a birthday spooktacular.
A birthday spooktacular because my birthday is the 29th.
And then Halloween is on the 31st, so we're doing it on the 30th. Because we can't actually do a birthday stream for Monty because her mom and stepdad are taking us all to Red Lobster.
Yeah.
Because... Okay, hold up a second.
What?
Please don't puke on my bed.
Oh, cat. Hi, Tanner. Yeah.
Oh, you puked on the bed.
Oh, no. Okay, she's got to go clean up after a Kit Kat. I don't know which Kit Kat. It's probably Dante. He's usually the one that has stomach issues. Yeah. Yeah, so, no, bad cat. It's okay. Anyways, so we will be doing a 12-hour stream on the 30th. My birthday is the 29th, and Halloween is the 31st. So that will be exciting. 12 hours of me and Missy just hanging out and chilling. I don't have a scheduled idea of what we're doing. We'll probably fit a reacts in there, but I'm not really sure. And then we'll obviously fit some gaming and, you know, just us chilling and having a good time. You know, birthday celebration and Halloween celebration. I'm excited. Yeah. No. And let me think. This weekend, you're not going to hear much from us at all. Missy and I are going out of town to a friend's wedding.
Where'd my headset go?
A wedding renewal. So you're probably just chatting. So we'll probably be out of town Saturday and Sunday. So you probably won't hear from us Friday, Saturday, or Sunday.
Yeah.
But we will be back to our regularly scheduled program on Monday. So this is our last day before we ghost you guys until Monday.
Guys, we are going to be doing a one-shot in like a castle, like a D&D one-shot.
Yes.
I probably should specify.
She's they're renewing their vows or whatever. That they're celebrating their anniversary during this D&D one-shot. So it'll be fun.
It's literally like a it's like a Renaissance kind of place. So yeah, we're staying in a castle. We're staying in the Anjou room, which probably that doesn't mean anything to anybody. But historically, the Duke of Anjou was one of Elizabeth I's possible suitors. It was actually one she took a little more seriously than the others and actually had a rather deep affection for him, even calling her Little Frog.
Aw, that's so cute!
Isn't it?
I didn't know any of that.
Yeah, it was adorable, which is why I was like, oh my gosh, Anjou. When we were like asked to pick a room, so I'm like, Anjou. I'm like the Duke of Anjou. Yes, we want that one.
I just let Missy pick it. I was like, I don't care. Whatever room works, honestly.
Yeah. But, yeah, that was, so, we are like playing a one-shot at level 20. So, it's gonna be fun. I'm playing a barbarian. She's playing a rogue.
I'm playing a rogue for the first time.
I'm playing a barbarian for the first time, so this will be fun.
Yeah. I'm excited.
And guys, my barbarian wrote a book.
And I'm its editor.
Yes. Monty's character edited the book.
Yes.
Because my character has a level 8. My character has like 8 intelligence.
Yeah. So if you guys are wondering why we are gonna ghost you for 3 days, that's what we're doing. Just thought I would let you guys know.
Because we're gonna be playing D&D.
Yep.
And everything. So yeah, we're like super excited, and we're doing it in costume.
Yay! Yeah,
So,
because
like,
we're those
we are-
kinds of dorks.
That's right. Monty will be wearing elf ears.
Yes.
She's a tiefling elf.
I'm a tiefling elf, but they just say that they're a tiefling.
What is this level 20? Well, it's a one-shot, and because it's just sort of like a special sort of like anniversary thing for our friends, we're literally just doing level 20, and it's like, haha. So what's actually really fun is we get to like reflect on the characters, and like their story is basically already flushed out. They've already like accomplished all their stuff, the team's all together. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I'm super excited, okay? Like, so super excited.
Yes.
Yeah. Also, hi, Kale Fang.
Hi,
I missed
Kale
you
Fang.
coming in here.
Also, hi, Tanner. You know, and Silent. Hi, everybody. How are you guys doing? Are you excited? It's gonna be a long one because, of course, it's Rotten Mango, but it's also like a heavy one. So if you guys are not into 159 people dying and the police tried to cover it up, maybe this one isn't for you. I'm gonna just say it.
On Halloween. It happens on Halloween.
It's a Halloween episode. So.
Which is why we're doing it now, right?
Yeah. I thought about doing it for our 12-hour stream, but then I was like, we'll do it now.
Okay, but to be fair, a 12-hour stream is basically just 2 reacts.
Yeah.
So we are actually planning other things besides a react.
Yeah. So
it will basically be noon to midnight on the 30th, and it will open with
observation duty. That's what we're opening with, is observation duty.
Because that seems to go really well.
Yes.
Actually. Because it's fun, it gets everybody involved.
Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and turn off this music. It's called Slow Burn. I like it. It's very, like, relaxing. Okay, I turned off the music. And
why is it watery?
You did what now?
Dante's eye is like extra watery.
Wait, he just threw up? Give him a break.
I'm just concerned, but he seems okay.
He seems okay.
Hey, come on.
Okay, and I switch us on over here. No. I just wanted it not to load. That's all I wanted, was it not to load. Okay. Is she messing with the kitty cat?
I'm trying. He looks like he wants over here, but like he can't decide.
Oh, I just switched us over. Do I need to switch us back to starting stream?
No. He's sitting over there, so we do our intro.
Okay.
Okay, intro time, folks. A 1, a 2, a 3. Hey, everybody, I'm Missy.
I'm Monty, but my partner calls me Micah, and you can too. Today, Missy, what are we doing?
Today we are reacting to a rotten mango.
Yes. It's a Halloween tragedy.
It's a Halloween tragedy. 159 dead and how the police tried to cover it up.
That's
just in time for spooky season.
Yeah, that sounds like a heavy one. So if you guys aren't interested in it, please move on. Take care of your mental health, and we will see you guys in the next one.
Which will probably be another Kitchen Nightmares, because it has been a little while.
Yeah, we're going to do Kitchen Nightmares next, guys. Do not worry. I do not have an idea of an episode. We will just pick one at random.
If you'll have an idea, or there's a particular one that y'all think we ought to watch, y'all can go ahead and highlight it if it's already in the Discord recommendations chat. You can just like bump that one up or whatever.
Yes.
We're open to suggestions. Or we could do the Hotel Hell that they've been kind of like doing, hey, do this.
Yes, and the next one, the
Oh,
Kitchen Nightmares one should be on. Oh, okay. The Kitchen Nightmares one should be on our 12-hour stream.
that's right. You heard it here, folks.
Yeah.
Next Thursday, October 30th, we are going to be doing a 12-hour stream
Yep.
for, drum roll, Monty's birthday and Halloween.
Yay! It's my birthday!
Guys, she's getting old.
You hush up. You are 4 years older than me. If I'm getting old, that makes you old, so shush.
Oh, believe me, I feel it in my knees.
I do too.
Oh gosh, guys. Oh, it's supposed to rain tomorrow. That's why I'm hurting.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Anyways,
Stupid
so
parametric pressure. Anyways, I'm interrupting.
No,
Please continue.
you're not interrupting. I was interrupting.
Oh, you were interrupting. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So we are going to start up on Rotten Mango. When you're ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready. Are you ready?
It's a lot of people dead, so it's making me a bit nervous.
Oh, Ikrin also says flamingos. Flamingo.
I will.
I think it's an episode of Kitchen Nightmares.
Okay. Let me hold up. Copy. Oh, copy.
Okay.
Copy.
Okay. It
and
is.
I go over here to Missy on Discord, and I go and I put it there. Ignore the bottom one. I somehow copied Tanner's name as well.
Okay. Not flamingo. Okay, flamingo.
Like mango. Like rotten mango. Flamingos.
Flamingo. They sound delicious, but they're probably horrifying.
Oh, no. Okay, well, we're doing rotten mango today. We will do flamingo another day. So,
Yes.
like, next Thursday.
But we did ask for I did ask for a recommendation, so thank you, Ikarin.
Alrighty.
We will probably do that one next.
Yes. Okay.
Before we get started, I just want to give a content warning. There's going to be a lot of very graphic videos included in this episode. This event was recorded over and over again. There's just a lot out there, and I feel like a lot of the times you need to kind of hear from the families of the victims, and you need to see some of the events that took place just to really understand how important it is that we help these families get justice. So, huge content warning. And with that being said, let's get into it. On October 30th.
Okay. We already did our content warning, but how was the sound? Was it too loud? Was it fine? You guys let me know.
Can you hear us? Can you hear her?
Yeah. Like, how is it? How is the sound?
And of course, her content warning on top of our content warning. It's a heavy episode. So.
Yes. Yes. It's also one of her popular ones, right next to the
Okay. Ikarin says it's a little loud.
Okay.
Is she a little loud, or are we a little loud?
That is the question. I mean, I can turn, you know what? I'll turn her down. Hold up. How about that?
Bada bing, bada boom.
Before we get started, I just want to give a content warning. There's going to be
Is
a
that
lot of
same
very
loud
graphic videos included in this episode.
Or is that good?
How about now?
Yeah. I would do it, but I don't have my phone on me. It's actually downstairs, so.
You left your phone downstairs.
Yeah, I'm just that lazy as to not go downstairs and get it.
Had you mentioned it at any time, I would have gone and gotten your phone.
I've mentioned it several times. Okay, it's better.
You
cool.
Did?
Alrighty then. I will go ahead and press play.
I didn't hear it once. I'm sorry.
This event
says it's better.
recorded over and over again. There's just a lot out there, and I feel like a lot of the times you need to kind of hear from the families of the victims, and you need to see some of the events that took place just to really understand how important it is that we help these families get justice. So, huge content warning. And with that being said, let's get into it. On October 30th, a man walked out of his tiny little shop in Itaewon, and he placed this pink piece of cloth into like this alleyway. He brings out this tray of food. He lights 2 candles, and this elderly man, he gets on his knees in front of the food, and he starts sobbing. Police immediately approach him, and this alleyway is supposed to be closed off. They had it taped up. Nobody was allowed through. So
Why?
What is this man doing? Remnants of the tragedy before were lingering everywhere. I mean, if you look at this video, there's IDs, lost shoes, clothes, like everything is scattered throughout the alleyway. And the officer tells the old man, the police officer, you can't do this. Like, you gotta go. Grab your stuff. Come on, let's go. The old man starts arguing back. He's like, don't do this right now. You have to let me do this. You have to let this go. The officer tells him, just take your food. We gotta go. And he screams, no, you leave that right there. More officers start to show up at the scene, and they start touching the food that he's laid out on the ground. They're trying to take it away.
Why? I mean, why?
Because it literally says in the title how the police try to cover it up.
No. I mean, he's not hurting anybody.
No, but they're trying to cover it up.
He's not hurting anybody.
Doesn't matter.
Also, she's not wrong. This street is littered.
The man breaks down and he yells at them, don't you even dare touch the food. Finally, the man breaks down completely and he's sitting on the ground, cold cement, and he's just sobbing. The officer sits down with him and both of them start crying, and he's like stroking the old man's back, trying to console him. The old man had screamed at them, the children need to have one last meal.
Aww.
One last meal, so don't touch it. Don't you dare touch it.
That's so sweet of that old man. And sad.
He owns a shop in this alleyway. He's a business owner, and he said that he tried his best to save as many people as he could, but so many more people died literally right in front of his eyes.
So he has, survivors.
Well, maybe not survivor. Well, maybe survivor's guilt. I mean, he wasn't exactly, there.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I was
working on it, and then
I
went right in front of my hands.
I banned someone, and then I was trying to and then I accidentally I'm like, how did I do that? And then I'm like, how do I undo that?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Yep. Anyways, so he's got survivor's guilt or something. I mean, that's got to be really hard to have survived such a traumatic tragedy. I don't know what the tragedy is, but
bystander guilt?
Yeah, maybe. Well, they did say he tried to save a lot of people, so maybe not.
Yeah, but he works in the area, so he wasn't exactly in the activity, but he survived.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll have to watch and find out.
Yes, we will definitely have to watch and
also,
find out.
Ollie, why are you climbing on things? What? No, and then Sir, hold up.
That is the wrong random plot to be in trouble.
This is not Mount Rushmore. Get off. my baby.
Ollie, not the cat that we usually have to yell at for stuff.
Okay, bye.
Tanner said, I said in the last stream, you're not a monkey. Sure that wasn't about Binks?
The first one was about Binks. This time it was Ollie. Because Binks was trying to climb my curtains.
That's what you said. Binks was so nice and polite in my last stream. She just sat in my lap after I did sing mode and silly voice.
Not mine. No. She was all like, I want to climb the curtains. I want to be in the way. I want to stand on your computer.
Oh, no.
Okay.
All right.
Fair warning before we start. Missy and I talk a lot. So expect this video to be quite long. I mean, if you're on YouTube, you clicked on it, you know it's going to be like 2 hours, 3 hours long. If you're here in Twitch,
expect to be here till midnight.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. 2 hours or longer. You're so nice, Killfang. Okay.
159 people died in the alleyway the night before, and he wanted them to
just
have
the
one
night
last
before?
Meal.
Yeah. Do we know, did it happen in was it Korea?
Itaewon is
China?
the same. Isn't Itaewon the same as where the Seoul ferry tragedy was?
I'm not sure.
I believe it's in Korea. Itaewon.
Yeah, it looks like it's a multicultural neighborhood in Seoul.
Yeah,
so
it's in Seoul.
Korea.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just double checking because I know that she does different Asian countries and stuff. You think that Binks needs a GoPro?
I said if we ever decided to show our faces, we would give Binks a GoPro.
Oh my god.
Wouldn't she be great?
Trouble.
I know.
Hi, Dante.
Okay.
Okay, we can get through the intro now. Or we can skip it.
That's okay. I mean, like, I'm gonna have to cut it out because for some reason it likes to get copyrighted.
As always, full show notes are listed at rottenmangopodcast.com. There's a lot of videos that I've linked there. Please go watch them. And if you guys are watching the video podcast on YouTube at Rotten Mango or
can I just say that's not very
Spotify.
Flattering. That's better. Can I just say how great her makeup looks?
Right? She always looks so cute. Like,
she does.
So
her makeup is
professional.
On point. I know. Like, I know. She's got like the little white by the eyes. It's kind of like highlight or something. And like it just she looks really good on the camera.
Yeah, she does.
So that's all I wanted to say.
Or on Spotify. All the videos are going to be in this video, and I'm just going to warn you, so many of these videos are so incredibly graphic, and all of them just, yeah. So with that being said, let's get into it.
Okay, but can it really be, well, I guess they weren't exactly, okay, Tanner, have a nice nap. Well, have a good night's sleep. It's like a super long nap.
Yes.
In other words, good night, Tanner.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So, I mean, I guess maybe the video could be worse than, like, the Sewell tragedy. Probably.
I don't know. That one was pretty heavy, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, we had more like text messages and stuff.
That's
and we had
true.
like video of other stuff. And we had like video of them like, but we didn't have like video of like video
Yeah.
of like that. Like
I
we
think
had,
she
like,
showed a
before.
little bit of some video that was like recovered, but then she was like, if you want to go see the, you know, the whole thing, the link is down below or in the show notes or something like that. So I doubt she'll do that here. She'll probably be like, you know, the same kind of thing, but it's still going to be like heavy because those, even what she showed was heavy during that tragedy.
Yeah.
Okay.
His parents were really worried about him. He was meeting with a therapist twice a week. He had on-campus counseling in high school. It seemed like the parents were doing all of the right things.
I'm sorry,
they were
I
not
missed
ignoring.
I'm like, who are we talking about? Hold up.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. What's happening? Did she keep talking even though we paused it?
No, I think we just missed the name.
Okay.
Videos that I always, full show notes are listed. Watch them on mingopodcast.com. There's a lot of videos that I've linked there. Please go watch them. And if you guys are watching the video podcast on YouTube at Rotten Mango or on Spotify, all the videos are going to be in this video. And I'm just going to warn you, so many of these videos are so incredibly graphic and into it. Yeah. So with that being said, let's get into it. His parents were really worried about him. He was meeting with a...
Oh, okay. We didn't even have a name. We just jumped right in.
Everything just jumped right into some guy needing therapy.
Oh, okay.
Great start.
Okay.
Kill thing goes, this is worst with the video.
Oh, okay.
Therapist.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Not that the Sewell tragedy, that was really, really, really messed up.
That was very anger inducing. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and...
Twice a week. He had on-campus counseling in high school. It seemed like the parents were doing all of the right things. They were not ignoring his cries for help. They weren't saying, oh, he's just a 16-year-old teenager. Maybe he's just emotional. They were taking everything he was saying so very seriously. Their son had always been a bit of a quieter kid, but like a good kid. He listened to his parents, he studied, came home on time, and if he was out having fun, he was always with like the same two friends. They were like the three peas in a pod. They were the three musketeers. And now he just feels so alone. He feels like he's 16, completely isolated from the world. I mean, the parents...
okay, I was going to say, if that was America, I would think this would end in a pew-pew.
Are you allowed to say that? I don't know, but maybe.
That's why I said pew-pew.
Oh, fair. Yeah. I fear that a lot of people could relate to this, you know?
Yeah. But this is in Seoul, so I don't know if it's a pew-pew, because I think they have better regulation on pew-pew.
Yes.
So, but either way, 159 dead, it's not good.
No.
I mean, the parents did everything that they could to help. December 12th of 2022, so not too long ago, just a few months ago, just a few weeks before Christmas, the parents get a text message from their son, and he says, I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. Please don't forget me. Please, you must remember me. I'm gonna go meet up with my friends. His friends had died in the Itaewon...
Okay, no. Never mind.
Okay.
It was reading like, he was the cause, but no, I'm guessing,
survivor's guilt.
Yes.
Yeah.
Especially because it said he only had like the same two friends, and then like, oh, if he survived, no, that would definitely. But good on the parents
For
for
trying,
like
and
not
getting him therapy.
ignoring,
Yeah.
because I'm not an expert in any way, shape, or form. I'm just going off of things that I've heard that in like some of the Asian countries, mental health is it's like stigmatized and not like necessarily taken as seriously.
Yeah.
But again, I don't know. I'm just going off of things that I've like heard. Um, so take that with a grain of salt.
Right.
Um, but no, that is already really, really sad. And I'm gonna press play.
Okay.
Halloween crowd search just 43 days ago. The crowd search that killed 159 people and injured nearly 200 others, and now their son would take his life in a motel bathroom because he couldn't bear to carry this like incredibly heavy burden of being the only survivor in his friend group.
Oh,
Literally,
no.
nobody could have ever imagined what was going to happen that night in Itaewon. I'm sure you guys have heard of what happened there Halloween
have
weekend
not.
of 2022. And if there were a few people that knew it was dangerous, it definitely wasn't the parents of the people in attendance. They would never have let their kids go if they knew.
Night, night, Ikarin.
Bye, Ikarin. Okay.
Anything bad was going to happen. By all accounts, all these people in attendance, they...
Do you remember when we went to that first New Year's thing in downtown?
Yeah.
And you remember how many freaking people there were?
There were a lot of people there, honestly.
There was even like a medical emergency thing because they brought in like a gurney and all that.
Yeah.
Thing I remember most about that is getting like
stuck. We got stuck.
We got stuck, but I also got pieces of like firecrackers in my eye.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
that's kind of what I'm like
in my eye.
imagining.
Yeah, and like so that's immediately where my brain went, was like it was really packed in there, and like it was just, you know.
Did
we
she
went down
say
there.
that though?
No, but I'm just looking at I'm taking into account the fact this is an alleyway. 159 are dead and 200 more are like injured.
Uh-huh.
So that's why I'm like, it's a small alleyway. So that's why I'm like envisioning like sort of that type of event that we went to.
Yeah.
Because there was like a lot of people there, and it was pretty crowded, and we were all kind of like mushed up together.
Honestly, that was kind of scary because we really were mushed up together in that one.
We were mushed up together, and so.
But I still don't know the tragedy of this one, you know?
No, but I mean, there's
not that there was a
in this
tragedy
small
there, you know? I should be specific.
I mean, I hope the person who was taken away on the gurney was okay.
Yeah.
But I know, I'm just like thinking of like that particular like setup.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people at this event in this like alley or whatever.
It was really hard for those emergency people to actually get through because nobody could move. Like almost
it really
nobody.
Was. Like they were like literally like carrying that gurney in
above their heads. Yeah.
Above their heads because they were trying to get through the crowd, and like people were like trying to move aside so the like paramedics could get in there.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm picturing here too. Just like a bunch of people in this alleyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
During like a festival or something like that.
Yeah. And I just remember like how like crowded and that was a very like uncomfortable kind of scary feeling.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know? And so yeah, that yeah, you can press play. That's all I got.
Okay.
Responsible adults. There were some that were in high school, some even as young as middle school, but their parents knew exactly where they were going. They just wanted to celebrate. So I kind of need to talk to you about how the night starts so you just see how normal it is. It wasn't like, oh, these people, they went to this dangerous area and risked their lives to celebrate. Like they went to this area that everyone was like, oh, we're warning you, don't go here. It's so, so bad. Absolutely not. Like that's not what happened at all.
Okay.
I did see some online discourse of people being like, well, these people were being young and drunk and reckless, and this is what happens when they all gather in one spot. I completely disagree. For example, Mr. and Mrs. A, that's what we're going to call them. They're sitting in the car, October 29th of 2022, and they're on their way to this super fancy restaurant.
Ooh.
They're smiling at each other in the car. I'm sure they felt
Date
really
night?
excited and kind of giddy. Like they had worked so hard in the past, 3 decades to raise their family, and now their kids finally all grown up. So the parents, they're living the life, and it was also the dad's birthday. And their 25-year-old daughter had just made them reservations at one of the fanciest restaurants.
Same birthday as you.
Right?
Yeah. And that really sucks for them.
Wait, this happened on my birthday? Wait.
No.
Wait, what?
Maybe.
Because the old man came out on the 30th.
On the 30th. So yeah,
this happened on my birthday? Oh, that's sad.
That's real sad.
Restaurants in town. She texted her dad, go have fun with mom. Also, thank you for raising me. I'll repay you in the future. Haha. She wouldn't be joining them as she was gonna go with some friends to celebrate Halloween in Itaewon. So the whole car ride, they're just smiling at each other. I mean, they had raised their kids to be such incredible adults. In another part of Seoul, a dad watched his daughter get ready for Halloween festivities. She was dressed up as Princess Jasmine from Aladdin.
So cute.
And he remembered. He actually made fun of her. He was like, this full-grown kid. She was putting on a fashion show for me. And she twirled around and she was like, Appa, this is what I'm wearing. Don't I look pretty? I'm sure he was a bit worried that his daughter was going out, but that's very normal. I mean, no parent ever really stops worrying. Same as another father in Seoul. So his daughter told him that she was going to Itaewon for Halloween. He completely trusted her to be safe. She's just always, like all these other kids, I mean, she's just always been this really well-behaved kid. She knew the rules. She followed them. She's the type that would write him these lengthy letters for his birthday.
That's so cute.
The two had this really intense bond. So 3 years before Itaewon, he was diagnosed with leukemia. And his daughter was a match, so they transplanted bone marrow from her to save his life.
No.
And she would write to him while he's recovering in the hospital. I'm so happy to have been born your daughter. You're the only one that I can rely on, so please don't get sick again, okay? Take good care of yourself, Dad. I need you to stay with me for another 70 years.
Oh my god. I'm gonna cry.
This one's gonna be a hard one. I can already tell. She's going hard on this video.
Right? And the father, oh god, and a match. So she saved his life.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
70 years. Seaweed soup. Even when I'm 96 years old. You know I don't like any other people's seaweed soup. I love you, Dad. You're the best. By the end of the night, she would be dead. And he would cry out, you told me you wanted me to stay with you for 70 years. You wanted me to cook you seaweed soup until you were 96. You promised. Before we get there, let me tell you about Halloween in South Korea. If you're gonna be...
Oh my god, that's gonna make me cry.
I know, that's so sad.
That is legitimately so sad.
Isn't it?
Yes. Because, I mean... Okay, I'm good.
You good?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just I mean, I know that there's 158 other sad stories, but
you can connect with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we're good. I'm good.
Yeah. If you're gonna be anywhere in Korea for Halloween, like the first Halloween after COVID restrictions have been lifted was October of 2022.
Ooh.
3 years. It was going to be Itaewon if you were gonna go anywhere to celebrate. Itaewon is a city that's located inside of Seoul, and it's above the Han River. It's typically known as just a place with incredibly fun, lively nightlife. Like, that's what people go to Itaewon for. They've got bars, restaurants, nightclubs, shops that open late. It's just like this gathering center. It's also a super popular destination for foreigners. Like, the energy just feels really unique there. There's even this famous K-drama called Itaewon Class. And there's actually a famous quote in that series that says, most people just come to Itaewon for Halloween. So October 29th of 2022, partygoers are spending hours
Didn't know that Halloween was so big in
I know.
in like South Korea, honestly. That's so cool.
Like, I know that it's like a pretty big deal here in America.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like, it's like such a big deal here in America. I'm not sure about like other countries.
Yeah.
Like,
you guys
I don't know.
let us
Maybe like England or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know if they do anything in England or not. If I don't know.
Yeah.
You guys let us know if you live in another country, if you guys celebrate Halloween or not. Please, we're curious.
in front of their bathroom mirrors, like putting on their face makeup, their costume, they're fixing their hair, their wigs, their everything, adjusting their dresses and their pants, and businesses were equally as busy. Like, Halloween in Itaewon that weekend, insane. They're making sure they got all the inventory that came in.
Fair.
Like, they got to get all the soju glasses. They're turning up the music. I mean, they're doing everything to make sure that everyone's going to have a good time. They're prepping their ingredients for all the food. I mean, there's going to be about 130,000 people coming through Itaewon.
Oh my gosh.
Which is a pretty small area.
Wow.
That's a lot of people.
The city is Seoul. This is like a part of the major city. Even taxi drivers were on standby near Itaewon just waiting to take all the drunk people home. And I think it's important to note, for weekends like this, it's a boost in the city.
So, think like what a few years back when we Ubered for Halloween.
Uh-huh.
And there were all those people down there in that one part of downtown.
Yes. And
there were like a lot of people.
Yeah, and there were like three ambulances.
Yeah,
and it was wild. That I don't know. It looked like it was a lot smaller though. Like, the area you're talking about is 3 roads. Or 2 roads, actually. 2 roads. And that's like that whole area. This one looks like it's like a alleyway or something like that.
No, that was definitely an alleyway, but they are also talking about like the whole, like this whole smaller city.
Yeah.
As a whole.
Yeah.
Like, has that many people, but like still Halloween can be crazy.
Yeah.
All
yeah,
right.
we Uber during Halloween, you guys, and it's always a lot of fun because you get to see
so much
a lot of costumes, and sometimes people answer at the door and they'll give you treats. It's so much fun to Uber during Halloween. Missy and I have a great time. But if you end up going towards downtown, it's always like partying and there's a lot of people, and it's a lot of fun because you never have like a boring time there.
No.
But it's also like a lot of people.
It is a lot of people, but it's a lot of fun. And we usually will wear like spooky shirts and stuff like that,
and like Halloween, like a witch's hat or like some sort of like Halloween kind of decoration.
So that's
that's
what we like to do with our Halloween.
Because it's a lot of fun to get to see
It's
different,
fun.
like,
And
traditions and stuff.
if you are delivering in like a residential neighborhood, you get to see all the little kids in their costumes. You just got to be really careful while driving,
Yeah, yeah,
obviously.
yeah.
But you get to see like all the little kids in their
And
costumes, and it
all
is
of the
so cute.
decorations in front of
Oh
the
my gosh,
houses.
all the decorations. Like Monty's mom likes to like um likes it when we drive around, and she likes to see all of the Christmas stuff. But Monty and I are all about driving around the neighborhoods and seeing all the giant skeletons and spooky decorations.
Yes.
Because let me tell you guys, in 2020, people were going absolutely out of their way to come up with the most elaborate Halloween
Yeah,
decorations.
we Ubered during 2020, so we got to see it all go up at that time. It was fun.
Uh-huh.
And everybody
Uh-huh.
had the really large skeletons, like the
And
really big ones.
because they have them, now they still have to use them. And
Yeah.
so it just continued a
We
lot of the like elaborate like Halloween
Yeah,
decorations.
we drove by a house today, no, a couple of days ago, and they were using one of those large skeletons, and they had a couple of little smaller skeletons, and they were playing tag football. They had
It
on
was
like
so
the mesh
cute.
jersey and everything.
Like even the big skeletons had on like the jersey, and it was hilarious. And then we've seen other skeletons that were like the big skeleton was standing there, and then the little skeletons were like almost worshiping it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's been fun. Um,
Okay, back to
okay,
the tragedy. Yeah,
back
that
to the
was your
tragedy.
nice little palate cleanser.
Yeah, yeah. We're 10 minutes in. We felt y'all needed one. I certainly did.
Yep.
Oh, Kale Fang says my friends and I did a crime scene in the driveway a few years back. Oh
Oh,
my
that's
gosh,
so
that's
fun.
amazing.
Oh, that's such a great idea.
That's amazing.
City's economy. And this is important later. So the whole city of Itaewon, they're prepping for this big Halloween weekend. It's literally been 3 years since Itaewon had a Halloween because of, the pandemic. This is the first time that mask mandates have been lifted for Halloween. So, let's talk transportation. Let's talk about the logistics of this night.
Okay.
Most citizens that were heading into Itaewon, they were not going to drive. They're going to take the Korean subway. First of all, most people take the subway to begin with. It's the easiest way to move around, and parking to move around absolutely horrific in Itaewon that night. Most people were planning on drinking, so they're not in the pandemic. This is the first time that mask mandates have been lifted for Halloween. So, let's talk transportation. Let's talk about the logistics of this night. Most citizens that were heading into Itaewon, they were not going to drive. They're going to take the Korean subway. First of all, most people take the subway to begin with. It's the easiest way to move around.
I mean, if we were doing something in downtown,
Well, technically we
on
did.
Halloween.
What? Not during Halloween, but we took the transportation. We took the rail downtown to the what you just said it. It was the New Year's.
New Year's.
Yeah, New Year's.
We took our train system.
Yeah,
down
train
there.
system down, and
I wouldn't really call
we took it back.
Yeah, I wouldn't really call our train system a subway because there's only one underground station that I could actually think of.
That's why I called it a rail. Yeah.
But like, yeah, our rail system, because that was just easier.
Yeah.
So like makes complete and total sense that they would, do it that way.
Yes. Yes. So, but there was no way you were going to drive down there that night. Honestly.
No.
No. You would have been stuck in traffic for hours.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it took us like an hour to even get out of there.
Honestly, yeah.
The subway, the train, the rail system was running later, because of the fact that it was having this whole thing.
Yeah.
And it was going to be after midnight. So it was running later
I imagine
than it normally would.
Yeah, I imagine it's something like that where they would take a train down there and then the train would be running longer than it would normally just so that it could get people out to where they need to go.
Around, and parking would have been absolutely horrific in Itaewon that night. Most people were planning on drinking, so they're not driving, and this is so important to note. Itaewon subway station drops you off right smack dab, like in the middle of Itaewon, right next to this little alleyway. I'm going to put up a bunch of maps, but they'll also be in the show notes. Now, this little alleyway is important because it connects the main road that has the subway station and the World Street Food Road, which is like where all the bars and restaurants are. So a lot of people will travel through this alleyway to get from the train station to the busiest part of Itaewon. Some people will leave Itaewon by taking this little alleyway. Now, during the day, this alleyway looks just unassuming. It's just this narrow little space.
There's imagine that this is where it is, the alleyway.
There's even a hotel called the Hamilton Hotel located on the alleyway. Okay, so the main entrance for the hotel isn't in the alleyway, but it's like the building is right there. To me, it just looks like your stereotypical alleyway in one of the big cities. Like, space is tight. The places are going to be tight. I'm going to give you a bunch of pictures on just how narrow it is. It's about 10 feet wide and about 130 feet long. And it's on a hill, so it slopes downward. Another thing to note is that the road is not paved over in like a smooth cement. Okay, I wouldn't say it's as...
Okay, so like 300 plus people shoved into that space.
Yeah. I'm already starting to kind of like, okay. I don't want to like throw any theories out there just yet because she's kind of inching towards there being like obviously a crowd tragedy, but like crushing is a thing and that seems pretty morbid and dark.
Yeah, I'm already not liking this at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Say it's as intense as cobblestone, but it's like a brick floor where some bricks protrude out more than others, and you can definitely tell that some parts of this hill, this downward slope, they're uneven. So even without a crowd, it's the kind of alleyway where if you were walking down with your friend, you would try to keep an eye out because you could easily trip. It's that kind of rocky. Now, take this alleyway and imagine two horizontal roads, big roads. One road is the main party street for Itaewon called Itaewon World Food Street. And the other road has the Itaewon subway station on there. And the easiest way to get from these two parallel roads is this tiny little alleyway. So throughout the entire Halloween night,
they have two alleyways, it looks like.
This alleyway, getting to and from.
Because there's one on the right that has the blue arrows, or the left, but there's one also on the right. But if they're dropping them off right here, that would make sense. I wonder if they also had issues on this one over here.
Bottlenecking.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so it's easy to get like a bottleneck where like things.
So it looks like the main street is this one that runs like parallel to the Itaewon station. And so that one's probably like way bigger. Like wider, I guess is what I'm saying.
It's like where they have all the food.
Yeah. Okay.
From the subway station. And as the night is progressing, there were what now seems like the first warning signs. There were a few people that were pushed down or accidentally shoved in this alleyway. Now, I mean, I'm sure the party energy, the alcohol, I'm sure it had something to do with it, but most of it was due to the alleyway, like the crowds, the foot traffic, the uneven floorings, the slope. But everyone responded to these mini accidents in a very normal way. Everyone would freeze, make sure the person got back up, was good, and then everyone would keep walking again. That's kind of to be expected. What's not to be expected is nearly 200 people dying in this alleyway. The first 911 call of the night was made at 6:30 p.m.
Okay.
The incident doesn't happen until about 10.
Wow, so that's 3.5 hours earlier.
Oh.
3.5
That's a long
hours
time.
earlier, people started realizing something wasn't right. Like, things are going to get weird. So in Korea, it's 112, the emergency line. But someone called to report to the police, hey, the alleyway near the Hamilton Hotel is getting dangerous. People are going up and down this tiny little alleyway. Some people are struggling to get down the alleyway because people keep pushing them up. Like, I barely made it out of the alleyway. It's getting that crowded. It's getting bad. I think you guys need to send some people down here and try to control the situation. The police on the other end asked, are people going to fall down and cause a huge accident? Yeah, it's really dangerous. You need to do something. Okay, thanks for calling. We're going to send someone out to check it out. For hours, nobody checked it out.
Really?
But that's weird, because don't you need to have police present when there's big crowd anyways?
Yeah, so that's the argument that people have, and why I said it's so important, the fact that Halloween weekend is an economic weekend. It boosts the economy of the city.
You would especially think that if Itaewon's biggest day is, say, Halloween, there would be a huge security, like, presence on that day.
I would think that.
Yeah, yeah. Especially if you're expecting a lot of people to be, like, flocking to that area, that one area. And I'm not talking about the alleyway, I'm talking about the food place, or the food street.
Because you would think that the food. Oh, thanks. Can I help you, ma'am? You would think that the food would be something that they would definitely consider, because, like, people be hungry.
Right? And that would be, like, the main area. Honestly. It's very much giving the night that we went to the New Year's
Right?
thing.
Right? Because,
Like, because I remember people standing on light poles, you know, trying to, like, get out of other people's ways.
Yes, it was just,
Hey, just Noodle Man!
Long time no see!
Yeah! Welcome, welcome!
But no, it's definitely giving me that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Weird.
I'm just trying to, like, find a reference in my mind for, like, something that would be relatable to something that Missy and I went through, but obviously this is we weren't in any
whatever.
Well, I guess we could have been in danger if you think about it, but, like, we made it out. We were good, you know.
Yeah. I mean, but I could see how what we were for I could see how the situation we were in on the on New Year's could have definitely turned into something similar.
Yeah.
Ish, possibly. New schedule has you pretty busy and or tired at our usual stream times. I see.
That's okay. Well, thank you for coming in.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
So anytime there's
Sorry, go on.
Sorry. Yeah, we have been implemented a new schedule basically, so that we can both Uber and stream at the same time. So one goes off to Uber, one is streaming, then we switch off.
Yes.
And
I think we have, like, a doable schedule. I will never stream on Thursday mornings because I do have, like, mommy-daughter day in the morning. I take my mom to piano practice on Thursday. That's why we do reacts Thursday night, because I usually come home by then and we can do a reacts.
And I may or may not stream on a Thursday.
Yeah.
That depends, because that may be a day I sleep in a little bit more.
Yeah. Okay, we're only 14 minutes into this.
But yeah. Oh, well, Noodle Man, if you get the chance, we will be doing a 12-hour stream next Thursday that is going to be noon to midnight. So you might be able to get a chance to drop in on something over there.
Yeah.
But Anyway, I digress.
Okay.
There's these events that are held. Police are part of the planning. It's all part of city planning.
Yeah.
That's like what your taxes are paying for. There was like no police there. I mean, we're going to get into all the reasonings. A lot of police officers get arrested. 7 p.m., a large crowd gets stuck in the area.
Gosh.
I do think several things play a factor in how things would turn out this first time.
How many people?
It's 7 p.m.
Stop. Stay. I did see the picture. We've
turn out
gone a
this
little bit
first
now.
time.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
you're going from nights to days after 5 years? I imagine that is an adjustment, Noodle Man.
Just getting started, it
Oh
seemed.
my god, can you
And
not?
isn't economic hours. It's getting that 112, the emergency line. One would freeze, make sure the situation.
What is happening?
The police that are
There.
What is happening?
I'm trying to find the stupid picture.
Okay.
turn out.
There. Okay. Are you seeing the picture?
Okay, I am seeing the picture.
Okay.
And nope, that is very much feeling like that looks very much like how it was for us.
Except for like maybe 2 times more. Or maybe like a third more. I don't know. It looks very packed.
It looks very packed, but that's,
well, maybe it actually looks like it was that night, for us, but it was a different area, different country, different
area, different country, different event.
Yeah. Wow.
But
that's
I mean,
a lot.
there was like that same kind of like feeling of like you're a sardine in a tin can.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. That looks terrifying.
Yeah.
Out this first time. It's 7 p.m. The party's just getting started, it seemed. People were drunk, but more than that, people were just excited to be there. Keep this in mind, and it's not that big of a crowd. So there's a crowd stuck in the alleyway, and it seems like an accident is just waiting to happen.
That's a big crowd.
So a woman in the crowd, she senses this danger. She climbs up onto a ledge in the alleyway where she can see both ways, and she starts directing the crowd, like, a traffic police officer. She's urging everyone, hey, go down the slope first, everyone. Move to the side, and then people going up the slope can come up afterwards. It sounds easy. I mean, it sounds like, why didn't they do this the next time it happened? But it wasn't easy by any means. Like, the crowd was moving, basically, inch by inch. That's how jam-packed it was. It was not like a, hey, everyone, to the right, to the left. They're inching forward and backward, but I still think it was at a point where it was manageable. Everyone was yelling to everyone, listen to the woman, get down the alleyway first. The music wasn't that loud yet. People weren't, out and about for that long. And just in general, there weren't that many people in the alleyway. But after this crowd is able to get through the alleyway, there's like this lingering feeling. This is not a good situation.
No.
At first, in the beginning of the night, all the posts about Itaewon that night
look
were,
at their
oh my god, Itaewon's gonna be
costumes.
crazy, it's gonna be fun, it's so exciting, look at all the places that are open, look at these costumes people are wearing. It was a good thing, it was a positive feeling. But throughout the night, more posts were popping up about how dangerous things were starting to feel. Someone straight up tweeted, wildly unsafe in Itaewon right now. They showed some pictures of the intense crowds. It wasn't just social media being made aware of this situation. A lot of people in Itaewon called the police, which I think is
shit.
That was so many people.
That was like insane amount of people. Okay, so I want to say what we experienced at what we experienced was quite seriously like a fraction of that. Probably there were like a lot of people there,
Right.
but like there were a lot of people, but like I feel like not this many people.
That's like a lot of people too.
That was so insane.
Yeah. I wonder how many people were actually injured.
200 plus.
Because, like, yeah.
She said 159 dead and like 200 more injured.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. And like she said something like 130,000 were expected to go through.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I'm definitely thinking I'm seeing crushing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Wildly unsafe in Itaewon right now. They showed some pictures
That's
of the
so
intense
many
crowds.
people.
It wasn't just social media being made aware of this situation. A lot of people in Itaewon called the police,
It's
which
almost
I think is interesting
completely.
because technically no crime had taken place yet. But the fact that a lot of these civilians could see that things were escalating, I think that goes to show you how unprepared the city was for this event. Like, it's just insane.
Where were
One
the
survivor said,
people? Like,
it was around 8
authorities.
p.m. when I went into the alleyway.
They weren't
and it was like
there.
hell.
I know.
So this is even before the incident.
She already.
They said
I
they were already
know. I'm saying, where were they? I'm
Not doing
aware
their
they
job.
weren't there.
Not doing their job. That's what.
Clearly.
There were already a ton of people in the alleyway, and I couldn't get into the alleyway. I couldn't even get in. So there's multiple directions that people are coming in from. On both sides of the alleyway, there's 2 directions people are flowing in from.
Okay.
Like this, right?
Yeah.
And she said, I couldn't get in. After waiting for an hour to start walking down the alleyway, my friend and I were like, okay, we can't do this. Like, let's turn around. They try to turn around. They're like, okay, we've been waiting here for an hour. We haven't even started walking down the alleyway. But it was impossible to turn around because they were jam-packed.
Oh,
People
no.
were pushing up behind him. I mean, they were literally trapped. Someone was pushing them down.
Imagine walking up to this and going, nope, and turning around, and there's a lot of people behind you also equally going, nope, or yeah, I want to try that.
You can't even leave.
No, you can't even leave. You're already stuck.
Terrifying.
Yeah.
In the alleyway, people in front of them were pushing back on them. She said that she heard people behind her screaming, squeeze in, squeeze in. Like, come on, let's get down the alleyway. But in front of her, people were screaming, help me, stop. Like, I can't breathe. Stop pushing.
This was 8 o'clock.
Yeah. The scariest part that she said was she fell. She said, a person in front of me fell and I fell with them. And everyone behind me started falling like dominoes, right? So there was like a little incident where everyone started tripping. And she said, someone was under me, I was under someone, and people were on top of me. I could barely breathe. I was calling for help and I felt like the music was drowning me out. Nobody could even hear me. And then finally, someone like dragged her to the side into one of the bars. They later left the alley slowly along the wall. But it was just as crowded as they left. So things there clearly getting worse and worse. One caller told the police before the tragedy, and I repeat, before the tragedy, they called the police and said, I feel like I'm gonna get crushed. When I was in that alleyway, a lot of people were just getting squashed. It's pure chaos out here. Please help. Send help. The officer on the other line reassured her that help was on the way. Records show that they were not on the way.
Did they even send in for help? Like, no. I mean, did the person or the responder, you know, the one you call and they answer and they say, what's your emergency? Did they even send in the paperwork to be like, hey, you guys need to get out here? Or was there like no communication in the department? Like, I don't understand.
I'm guessing not. I mean, I don't know, but like honestly, my question is, how many tragedies have to happen due to incompetence?
All of them.
All of them. Fair question. That was a dumb question on my part.
It was not. It was not.
But this is insane. There were definite signs of the incoming tragedy, and like nobody showed up. Oh, because I'm also just thinking back to the Sewall tragedy, okay? Because like that had a lot of incompetence from the owners of the ship, from the other authorities.
From authorities, yeah.
Yeah, the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that Coast Guard.
The government.
Yeah. Yeah, like there was a lot of like, and then I'm just over here going like, no, that tracks. So I guess we'll find out about that later.
Not on the way. Out of numerous phone calls that were made to the police that night, the police only sent out officers 4 times, and apparently they didn't do anything. I don't know if maybe they didn't feel like anything was wrong. Maybe they didn't care to find out. Honestly,
how do you not know that anything is wrong? Just looking at those photos are like, something is wrong. Like, Missy and I we've worked and volunteered in conventions, and that is a nightmare. You walk into a market room and you see that, you've got a problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you know what is there? And sometimes directing traffic?
Security and volunteers.
Yeah, I have seen that because
I have helped with that.
yeah. We have it was one of the like second largest. It was like a really large anime convention in like America or North America or whatever.
Don't say second largest, you'll give it away.
Okay. It was one of the largest anime conventions. And like we did the little convention within the convention, but like we still had to do crowd control.
Yeah,
when we did plushie panels.
There was one time when me and a friend walked down to the market area, and there was like there was a huge crowd in front of, because they had put the artist alley and the market room right next to each other in the same hallway. And so everybody was trying to get to the market room and to the artist alley, that it was jam-packed. Nobody could move. And I remember I got pulled to help out with that for like a few minutes, to try and get people to like redirect and like get them in sort of lines, sort of. Because they were just like, what's going on? We need help. Hey, your staff, come on, you can help us. And I was like, I guess I'm not going to the market room today.
Do you remember the first year that we had the plushie panel?
Yeah.
And
the plushie panel was awful.
Yeah. And that was also the first year that our little con was on the big con schedule. So everybody just kind of saw a free plushie panel, and it was like, okay, cool, because it was just teaching how to make little doll size, like little felt plushies.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't even like a big deal, but like we had a line. But we also were really close to where the like a cosplay contest was supposed to be, so we just thought these were a cosplay contest. Imagine our absolute horror when we realized they're there for the plushie, and we have like 50 slots, and there's like over 150 or so people lined up for this. Okay.
Yes. And what was great was the fact that we had to get everybody in, and we were separating like little baggies of plushie supplies, and people were sharing. It was a really wholesome moment.
We even had like one of our guests was going around and like helping like show how to like sew and all that. Like we just had a whole bunch of people, and you know what? Con security, the big con security, came over and helped us.
Yes,
because they were like, we'll help you direct traffic.
I remember the con security came up and they were like, I thought we had a traffic issue, and I went, oh, we did. And then they go, well, why is everybody sitting against the floor on the wall? And I went, I'm a preschool kindergarten teacher. I just have them all sitting crisscross applesauce against the wall.
Because, guys, Monty knows how to crowd control.
And I was like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I was counting them all down.
Safe to say plushie panels in the following years, we made sure extra supplies, crowd control.
Yep.
We were like, I had a love-hate relationship with the plushie panel. The most people we ever got through a plushie panel was over 200.
Ah, yes, it was a beautiful day. Okay, that was another what do you call it?
Palate cleanse.
Another palate cleanse. I hope you enjoyed.
There y'all go.
It's about to get bad.
It's about to get really bad. Even I
Yeah, I
can
don't know.
sense that.
Right. It's getting eerie.
But it is noted,
it
the
is.
police did not dispatch anyone after calls were made from 9 p.m. and onward. So an hour leading up to the
Okay, so they've been calling since like 6.
Yes, 6:30 I think
And
was the first call.
Yeah, I think they've been calling since like 6:30, and between like 6:30 and like 9, they sent cops out like 4 times. And the cops are like, "Nah, this is fine." But from 9 p.m. until the tragedy, nothing. Okay. That sounds irresponsible.
Right? Like they just thought
Yeah.
it was gonna go away? What the heck?
Right? Like, oh yeah, the crowds aren't gonna just get worse as the night goes on.
I don't
Like,
know if you
okay,
guys can
so-
hear that. Can you guys hear the dog in the background?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Can y'all? Because both our windows are adjacent to the backyard.
I know. And Buddy
Um,
is just wildin' out there.
Buddy is wildin'. I guess that means they're home from the karaoke.
I think so.
Okay, you remember when we were downtown and we have like a big arena in
Mm-hmm.
downtown Dallas.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and tell them the city that we live in.
Lots of cities have arenas.
You literally said in downtown Dallas.
I said in downtown.
No, you didn't.
Okay, cut that out.
I will.
Okay, so we have that big arena downtown.
Yeah.
So, we were delivering food to an apartment that is in that same like area, and there were so many cops directing traffic and getting the people out, and we had to detour around and like had to park like down the street so I could walk.
Are you talking about the area they do all like the musicals and the concerts and stuff?
No.
The one with the apartments complexes next to it?
It's where we went for the it's the same place we went for the New Year's.
Oh. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So like we were there's some apartments down there as well, and so we were like dropping off, but like the traffic was being redirected and they do concerts there also. Actually, you are correct. So they do concerts because it is a big arena. So like I think this particular one was a concert, and so like people were leaving the arena, and like we were all redirected and everything, and you literally had to park down the street. Actually, no, I think I just got out and went to go deliver the food.
Yeah, I just left the flashers going.
Yeah. But we couldn't get to the apartment complex. We couldn't get to the entrance. Because of the traffic. But there were cops and stuff directing traffic because that's what police are supposed to do. For these like big events, they are planned. There are cops. They are directing traffic. They are making sure everybody is getting in and out of an area safely.
Right.
Except here, apparently.
Where's the blowhorn? I need to see a blowhorn, you know? Because you gotta talk over all those people. Where's the lights that direct the traffic and tell people to go a certain way?
Right?
Yeah. Okay.
Noodle Man goes, the big arena in the place we don't call by name.
Leading up to the tragedy, the police sent no officers to the site, and they were getting tens of calls. And it truly is not that nobody was alerting them that something was wrong. In fact, someone even walked into the police station to tell them. A live streamer, let's call her G. G was live streaming in Itaewon that night, and, you know, the night started off great. But soon the roads, the alleyways, they got so crowded, she's being pushed and shoved to the point where she had a crossbody bag on, and the strap broke. And her purse was just gone, because it fell. And she can't even look around at the ground because it's just so filled with people. She tries to look for it briefly, but the crowd is so intense. She goes to the Itaewon police station to report her purse missing. But also, I mean, she's warning them. Like, this is how crazy the crowds are. Like, you don't think that's crazy?
And
that
they
this
didn't
happened?
do anything at all.
Because, like, nothing. So, like, I have a purse that is a crossbody bag.
Yeah.
And, like, you can, like, tighten that to be pretty close to your person. So that has to be pretty intense crowds if it's, like, pulling on the purse so much that your strap breaks.
I mean, the pictures alone would say that, but yeah. Yeah, I would agree to that.
Yeah. I'm just really really hammering home.
That it was a big crowd.
The crowd was huge, guys. Like, ginormous. Like, I mean, I don't think you can tell alone by the pictures. I have to tell you just how big this crowd is.
That this happened with Bullet. It broke because I was being pushed and shoved. She said, when I was there in the alleyway, I even saw people shouting that they had fallen and that they had gotten hurt. Like, you guys need to do something about it. The crowd is getting out of control. Somebody's going to get hurt. The police ignored her. They instead focused on the fact that they're like, oh, well, we're going to keep an eye out on your purse. Hopefully someone turns it in tomorrow to lost and found.
What's going on?
Why?
Oh,
exactly.
Really,
my point, my dude.
Conspiracies come too. It's really crazy.
Oh, I love a good conspiracy.
Right?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't make any sense.
So, I mean,
there's
the question,
not
I guess,
something going on.
No. Like, did they want this Halloween thing to fail?
I mean, I'm sure they didn't want it, but I'm also sure that they probably lived in, like, some sort of denial that anything was wrong and that people were just making a big deal out of nothing. You know what I mean?
Oh, you're making a mountain out of a molehill.
A what? A molehill?
A mountain out of a molehill. Have you never heard that?
What is a molehill?
It's a little, like, mound of dirt.
Is it where a mole lived?
Yeah.
Oh.
So, like it's just a little, like, moles are not very big, and then they have, like, their little burrows, and they have, like, little holes, so it's a little molehill.
I wouldn't know. I've never seen a mole. I've only seen a cartoon one.
And so, yeah, but, you know, like, it's very small in comparison to a mountain. So, like, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. You're making a big deal out of something small.
Oh.
It's a Noodle Man. Yes, exactly. It's a small mound of dirt where they've been digging.
Okay, good to know.
Because moles live underground. Hence, mole people.
I've only seen cartoon moles, so I don't know how big they're supposed to be.
But you know that they dig in the ground, and you know, like, when they pop up, there's, like, the little hole with, like, the dirt around it. Yeah, that's a mole.
Yeah.
You seriously never heard making a mountain out of a molehill?
No.
Okay, that may have just been one of my mom's favorite things to say to me.
Then that is a rude thing to tell somebody.
Missy, you're making a mountain out of a molehill.
That's so rude.
My mother really meant well.
It's a good way to invalidate your feelings.
I know, but you know how I do tend to over dramatize things.
You? No, not you.
I mean, so it may not always be about that thing that is actually a thing that just happened. It's probably a dozen other different things, and this one little thing is like the last thing, and I'm just done with all
Yeah.
the things,
Yeah.
But like, yeah, Missy, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. So yeah.
Okay.
And then of course I had to ask her, but mommy, what does that mean? Mommy, I don't understand. It's like, you're making a big deal out of a small thing.
A small thing.
Oh. Yeah. Um, so the cops are like, "Oh, this is big of a deal. This is fine. This is fine. You're making a big deal out of something small. Not small."
Delusional.
Yeah. I have to run to the bathroom.
Oh, okay. I
I
am
will be
actually
back.
going to run downstairs so that I can find my phone. So I'm going to put you guys on a BRB.
Yep. Play some music.
I will play some music for you guys. I
We'll be
hope
back,
you
guys.
enjoy. We're going to listen to, you know what? I think I closed it out. Hold up a second. We are going to listen to Ebb and Flow. Yeah. That's what this is called. Ebb and Flow. Okay. I gotta go find my phone. I'll be back.
you. I'm sorry, honey. I know, baby. I know. Okay, I'm back. Monty is not. Monty is coughing to death in the hallway. She'll be fine. No harm, no foul. Just only a cough. Who needs oxygen? So, you guys want to hear something that I think is a little bit funny. So, I think I've said it before that I have like a fascination with like the Tudors and like Tudor England and stuff like that. So, the current King of England, Charles III, and his wife Camilla, they went to pray with the current Pope. And no. What makes this funny is this is the first time in over 500 plus years that a English king has prayed with the Pope, because King Henry VIII, of course, broke from the Pope and Catholicism and basically became his own figurehead of the Church of England so that he could marry Anne Boleyn, whom he had executed, like, 3-ish years later. But here's why it's a little bit funny to me. Henry broke from the church so he could marry his mistress and and divorce his other wife. King Charles married his mistress, and now they went to go pray with the Pope. And I can only imagine, how they must be reacting to this in the afterlife. Because, of course, after Henry died, he had his very Protestant son, who became king. And he was only king for a few years because he died at 15. He became king at 9. And that was Edward the Sixth. Edward the Sixth. And then, of course, Hi. And then, of course, his eldest sister, Mary, who was 40-something, came to the throne. And, of course, history knows her as Bloody Mary because she tried to bring Catholicism back to England violently. And, there was the reason she was known as Bloody Mary. And then she died. And then Elizabeth I came to the throne and was like, you know what, guys? You do you when it comes to religion. It took her a little while to get there, but eventually she got there. And so, therein lies the irony of the King of England with his wife, who was his mistress, going and praying with the Pope, when the last time that happened, the king left an entire religion so he could marry his mistress. It's full circle, guys.
Very wholesome. Very wholesome. Alright, let me bring us on back. Alrighty. Okay, and then let me stop the music.
Oh, yeah, I forgot you were playing music. So I said all that through music. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, that's okay. The music is playing quite low, and you were quite low.
Oh, okay.
So.
Okay. I'm just find it funny, and it's not very often that something happens that makes the Tudor England relevant in the present.
We are listening to Haze and Dusk.
Haze and Dusk.
Yep, that's what it's called. Haze and Dusk.
Nice.
I know. Okay, let me close that out. And yeah. Okay. I should. Yeah.
All right, my dudes, we're back.
Yep. Alrighty. Okay, back to this.
Back to this.
Did the police just really think that nothing bad was going to happen? But they were wrong. The tragedy happened 1 hour after she reported it to the police. A 24-year-old South Korean streamer, let's call him Mr. A. He was live streaming. And his time in Itaewon, like I said, with the other live streamer, at first you see him laughing, he's smiling on the stream, he's walking through the crowds, there's people in costumes, dancing, having fun. And then slowly the initial joy just starts dissipating.
Girl, it ain't playing for me.
It's not playing for you?
No.
Police just really think that
there it goes.
Nothing bad was going to happen, but they were wrong. The tragedy happened 1 hour after she reported it to the police. A 24-year-old South Korean streamer, let's call him Mr. A. He was live streaming. And his time in Itaewon, like I said, with the other live streamer, at first you see him laughing, he's smiling on the stream, he's walking through the crowds,
having a fun time.
There's people in costumes, dancing, having fun. And then slowly the initial joy just starts dissipating. Those laughters suddenly morph into people's screams and cries. And at one point, even the streamer is crying for help because he had walked into the alleyway and got caught in the crowd surge.
Oh no.
So he said the space got tighter and tighter and tighter, and the pressure became unbearable. He said there was this girl next to him, and she was much, much shorter than him. She was screaming for help. He tried to give her as much space as possible, but it was difficult. And in the end, he said that he saw her face turn purple, and then she stopped screaming, and then she died.
Oh no.
Streamer said the only reason he was alive was a guy in a blue denim jacket helped him climb up into this small ledge.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
So it wasn't just like a crushing, these people like suffocated.
Somehow that is so much worse.
Right? Yeah.
Because like, okay, you know how when you hold your breath?
Yeah.
And in that, if you hold it for too long, you know that tight burning feeling you start getting in your chest.
I'm aware of what suffocation is, Missy.
I know. Like, but like, this is also like not that same kind of suffocation.
No, because you're literally compressed. It's so sad.
Yeah. It's called something else.
Constricted? I don't know. Okay. Well. Are you good to press play?
Yeah, hang on.
Okay.
No, not suffocation by crucifixion. What?
Okay.
Okay, it's traumatic asphyxia is what it is called.
Oh my gosh.
So that, or crush asphyxia. It usually refers to compressive asphyxia from being crushed or pinned.
Okay, so that's what this is.
So that is probably what a lot of these people, but that one girl,
that's so sad,
died from is traumatic asphyxia, like crushing asphyxia.
Okay.
So that's now y'all know the word. Okay, press play.
The more you know.
On the wall of the alleyway. It was like a small staircase ledge, like a mini balcony. And the streamer said that once he got up there, he started helping other people onto the ledge, saving them from the crowd. And there was this moment where people on the ledge looked at each other, and one of the guys told him, "Please don't pull more people up. It's already too crowded."
Uh-oh.
And the streamer said, "Okay, just one more." He helped save about 5 to 10 people from the crowd. And remember the denim jacket guy that helped him get onto the ledge in the first place?
Yeah.
He stayed in the crowd and let the weaker people climb up on him to get to the ledge.
Aww.
He survived. He did make it up to the ledge at
Okay.
the end, and he stayed behind to help administer CPR later. It's speculated that the man in the denim jacket saved more than 10 people that night. But the crowd started getting tighter and tighter till literally hundreds of people were trapped in the alleyway. The space of the alleyway is said to have been the size of maybe like half a classroom. Think of that many people in this small amount of space. They're not able to communicate because the music is so loud. The floors are uneven. It's so easy to trip. It's just insane. Obviously, I don't know what that would have felt like. I've never been in that situation, but there were a lot of people who survived the surge, and they described it as, trying to signal people to move back.
What?
But you can't move back. It doesn't even matter if someone's
up.
giving you directions.
We definitely like skipped there for a second.
Its crowd started getting tighter and tighter till literally hundreds of people were trapped in the alleyway. The space of the alleyway is said to have been the size of maybe like half a classroom. Think of
Half
that
a
many
classroom
people in this
is
small amount of
ridiculous.
space. They're not able to communicate because the music is so loud. The floors are uneven. It's so easy to trip. It's just insane. Obviously, I don't know what that would have felt like. I've never been in that situation, but there were a lot of people who survived the surge, and they described it as, "I saw a man with this flashing baton trying to signal people to move back." But you can't move back. It doesn't even matter if someone's giving you directions. It's so crowded. You can't move even if everyone wants to move. You can't move. So like I said, this crowd surge was different from the first one. You know, the first one that I told you about that didn't turn into an accident because of the woman on the ledge. There were way too many people this time. So even if there were people taking initiative trying to navigate the crowds, there was no space. The amount of coordination something like that would have taken, nearly impossible in these conditions. And even then, who knows if it would have worked? People in the crowd said that they saw several people trying to look up at the sky, looking for some sort of like direction, some air. They looked like they were getting lightheaded, like they were gonna faint. They couldn't even reach their arms up to protect their...
I imagine that at that point, when you have that many people, it would have been very difficult for any kind of direction. Plus, you're having to scream over all those voices. You know,
not to mention the loud music.
And even if you have a light and you're flashing that light, you're only going to cause people to try and come towards that light because, you know what I mean? Like, some person would go, "Oh, we should go that way," you know? And I feel like that light would cause more trouble.
Which, if police had already been there directing the traffic, they would have made sure that it was a safe number of people getting through.
Yeah, exactly. There's like a capacity kind of thing that you should be allowed on, like, in that area.
Their lungs. So that's like the first thing they tell you to do in a crowd surge is to try to give your lungs space. So you put up your arms in almost a defensive boxing position. They couldn't even lift their arms. Most of the ones in the center of the crowd, they couldn't even reach their hands to look at their phones that they were holding in their hands. Many of them had missed calls from their parents. One mother texted her daughter, "Where are you? Where are you? I'm losing my mind. I'm going crazy because I'm so worried. Please respond just so I know where you are. Please just tell me you're safe." The mother had her daughter's name saved on her phone as "my oldest princess."
Oh.
She would never respond.
That's sad.
There is a video of the situation. Well, there's multiple videos of the situation where you can see just how dire the situation is. There's some videos where you can see a man trying to cling onto a brick that's protruding from the wall, and it's It's just really graphic. I know it might be puzzling. Some of the videos, they show a different perspective where there looks to be some sort of space between the crowd and like an opening. And I saw a lot of comments that were like, why don't they just all move forward? There's space. I don't get it. At this point, what the video isn't showing is that there's people stacked on top of each other on the ground in front of that space. There's no way for anyone standing to move forward. People had fallen. They were stacked so high, the people behind them were blocked. It said that the worst part of the crowd surge, people were stacked on top of each other 13 feet tall. Situations like this, it's like a domino effect. One person falls down and becomes...
That is a lot of height.
13 feet. The average person is like somewhere between like 5 feet and 6 feet. I mean, average person, male, female. I'm just averaging it between 5 and 6 feet.
That's
so
tall.
That is like two of your. That is like your mother standing on top of your mother's head twice. That's like that's two of your mothers.
Two of my moms.
That's two of your mom.
Yeah. My gosh.
Because her mom's tall, guys.
Because of the force of others pressing into you, it's very likely that another person's gonna fall.
You say 13 feet? That's way taller than the ceiling.
Yeah, because it's going downhill and stuff. Again, this has nothing to do with anyone being drunk. I don't really like it when people make it out to be, oh, a bunch of drunk people. Of course they're gonna trip and fall. They're gonna wreak havoc. This is more about just plain physics.
Okay, yeah, but the ground is uneven. There are people shoving and pushing you. You don't even have to have, bad coordination. You could be athletic, and that amount of like people pushing, the ground is unclear, it's crowded, there's noise, there's laughter. Very easy to get disoriented and to fall.
Yeah. Alcohol just makes that even worse.
Yeah. But, like, even in that situation, no, that's not because of alcohol. That's because of too many people in the area. Because you can be shoved so easily and fall on the ground.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
It wouldn't matter if we're talking about...
Like, that was one of the fears I had at the, New Year's thing.
Yeah, it was one of mine too. I was holding on to you, and like if you were gonna fall, I was gonna fall. I think somebody fell in front of us and we had to pull them up, but we didn't fall. We were very lucky.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's nowhere as packed as what this is, obviously.
Church ajumas on a Sunday after drinking tea. Like, this is about physics. It has nothing to do with alcohol. Because of the slope and inertia, like I said, one person falls, it's going to be a domino effect. People are just going to start collapsing. And even if you don't fall, that doesn't mean that you're going to be fine. The pressure of all these people pushing into you, it would cause your lungs to not be able to inflate with oxygen. If 10 people are pushing onto you with their body weight and more, or let's say they're on top of you, which by the way, there looks to be way more than 10 people pushing onto everyone. Right. Let's say they're on top of you, that could be similar to 1,000 pounds of weight pressing straight onto your chest. It's going to be very, very difficult for you to breathe. It's incredibly dangerous, incredibly real, incredibly terrifying. A person may lose consciousness 30 seconds after being severely crushed, and they would suffocate after about 6 minutes. Side note, I know a lot of people in the beginning when news first broke of what happened, I saw a lot of people wondering if it was a stampede, which is you're getting run over by a group of people. Like they're running on top of you, but it wasn't.
See, that's what I was kind of thinking this was going to be, is like a stampede, like something happened, and people start running and then they start tripping over each other. That's where I thought we were going with. This is so much worse.
This is so much worse. Kelpin goes just sliding on a pebble could take 10 people out in this case.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
I 100% agree. Yes.
It wasn't someone being trampled to death. This was more like quicksand. like being trapped in quicksand. People were pushing up against one another, falling, stacking on top of each other. It's like you're suffocating because you're unable to expand your chest to bring in air. Many of the victims would pass out while they were still standing up. So it wasn't a stampede. It's categorized as a crowd surge. Most people who were in the crowd, they remembered vividly about how it felt. They were being lifted off the ground. Their feet weren't even touching the ground anymore. And that's why there's so many shoes that were left behind, because that's how strong. I mean, the pressure from all sides, they were just being pushed and shoved, and that pressure, it's like they're being held in the air by it. I imagine it's like the feeling of being caught in this powerful wave in the ocean. Like, you don't stand a chance when you're there. Your body is pushed, shoved, thrown off balance. The force is so strong, like, what can you do? And in this situation, survival might solely depend on where you're positioned when it happens. There's a 21-year-old Malaysian named Ragu, and he was lost in the crowd surge. He called his best friend.
It's just like, you know, the luck of the draw, you know, if you're in that situation, like a plane that's going to go down, you have no control over where it's going to hit. So depending on where you're sitting, your chances of survival are higher or lower, you know? And dependent on this alleyway where you are, same thing. But like, you have no way of getting to a safe area. You're just there.
I tell you what, from now on, whenever I'm in a freaking big, huge crowd, I'm just gonna have my hands like crossed over my chest.
It's gonna give you anxiety. Oh no.
No kidding. I mean, you know that I already had anxiety with big crowds. That's why you dragged me to anime conventions in the first place.
Yes.
No, I don't think it's gonna make the anxiety worse, but I'm just like, better safe than sorry.
Fair.
And Kim, while he was stuck in the crowd surge, and Kim said Ragu was this hard worker. He worked in construction so that he could earn money to send back to his parents back home in Malaysia.
Aww.
He was just this patient and kind soul that just wanted to support his family. He called him in the crowd, and he told his friend Kim, "I'm having a hard time breathing." He also told him, "There's a woman next to me who's fainting, and I'm trying to get her medical attention. She needs help very quickly." He told Kim that he's trying to find ways to escape the crowd search because this woman, this stranger, really needed help. Kim is anxiously staying on the phone with him, and I'm sure that he felt just helpless because he can't do anything for his friend.
Right.
And then suddenly Ragu told him that the woman he was trying to save, the stranger next to him, her hand had gotten cold. And not too long after, the phone was disconnected. That was the last time Kim would hear from his friend.
Disconnected.
He died that night.
Wow.
At around 10:30 p.m., the fire department starts receiving calls that 10 people have been pushed down to the ground and crushed. So again, I don't think it was just 10 people, but I think in the...
Was it disconnected because of, you know, him passing and then the phone?
He may have dropped his phone.
Or was it disconnected because of a huge surge of calls coming in through that area?
I think it may have been disconnected and like hung up in the crowd.
Okay.
Like it may have like slipped from his like hand that went limp.
Okay.
Vicinity, people who were able to access their phones saw about 10 people. They reported that people were having difficulties breathing. A few minutes later, the first 4 ambulances were dispatched. Then 6 more came just a few moments later. Police officers started arriving at the scene, and they're unable to control the crowds. Now, it's important to note that there are a few select police officers to judge for not taking action quicker, but a lot of the ones that were dispatched in this moment, they were just genuinely trying their best to help. They were not the ones making executive decisions of who goes where. They were going where they're supposed.
Okay, I am not going to blame the cops that are here.
The ones that showed up and are trying to help, yeah.
Yeah. But it's whoever made the calls beforehand definitely need to be held accountable.
Right.
Or something. Somebody needs to be held accountable because they needed a police presence.
It's like, where did the communication like fall? You know, even if they weren't there at the very beginning, they had phone calls coming in And
Which you
did
would
it
think they were
like did it fall with like dispatch or 911
or 911
operators,
whatever it was.
yeah, 911
Yeah.
operators, or and then they weren't just putting it in, or did the cops just like decide not to
Because
take it seriously? Like where was the disconnect?
they were getting like, she said they were getting like tens of calls, which means 20, 30, but like they were getting dozens of calls.
Yeah.
Is what it sounds like.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you are getting dozens of calls about a situation, then you would think you need to actually, do something about it. But they send out cops 4 times, and the cops are like, nah, this is fine,
Right.
and then leave. When clearly it wasn't fine, and now people are literally being crushed to death.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
They're
very scary.
They're asphyxiating.
Yeah.
And that is a horrible way to go.
I just don't understand where the disconnect between like the phone call, the operator, the police dispatch, all of this, like these things that are supposed to be placed, and these things like protocol, like where did it fall?
I know. And like, they know it's a big, huge, like, deal. And this is the first time that people are getting to do this after, the Rona and everything.
Yeah.
So you would think that they would, but no.
Maybe
this
they're
is
out
just
of
absolutely
practice.
horrible. Maybe. Kale Thing goes, just wait, guys, it's coming.
Oh no. Okay.
Going where their superiors told them to go. They were not the ones picking up the phone about this Itaewon crowd surge. They were just told to go there. So they show up not knowing what's going on. There's a video. Police officer Kim, he wasn't even dispatched to the scene.
No.
He was on duty nearby, and he happened across the situation.
Oh no.
So he stops and he tries to take action. He said that when he got to the alleyway, he made his way through the crowd. He saw that civilians, regular civilians, were already taking initiative, pulling people out and doing CPR on them. So he's like, okay, this is what we need to do. We need to try to figure out the best course of action in this chaos.
Good for him.
He and his colleague decide that the best thing that they can do is redirect the crowds to stay away from the alleyway, away from the Hamilton Hotel.
That makes
sense. Because you add more people in the mix, it's just not good.
That makes sense.
They also needed space for rescue work. So he starts trying to direct the crowds, and it was hard. So these crowds, most of these people have
like directing and then setting up a triage. That makes total sense. Like logically, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And he was like, at that point, he's like one kind of lone cop. Well,
Yeah.
him and a partner.
Yeah.
And they're trying to do crowd control.
Oh,
Get them away.
I would hate to be a cop in that situation.
Me too.
no idea what's going on in the alleyway. These are people that are about to funnel into the alleyway. And they're moving past him, and he's in police uniform, but so are a lot of people. It's Halloween.
Oh my gosh.
That makes total sense.
Trying to get
I was
everyone
thinking
to walk away
that.
from the alleyway because it's utter chaos over there. People are dying. People are suffocating, falling down, collapsing. And if you watch the video of him, there is like this almost primal desperation in his eyes. He's trying to talk to the people that are moving away from him, and these people, they're inches away from his face, and it seems like nobody's listening. Either they can't hear them through the music. It's nightmare fuel. When you're screaming, no one can hear you. You're the only one that knows that doom is happening. There's panic. He's trying to scream over the music. Please go home. Do us a favor. Everyone, please go home. Don't go further. Please go back. Please don't go forward. You can literally feel the fear through the video.
You can barely hear him. That's so wild. I know.
Look at her face.
Look at it.
He's trying so hard.
Look at his face. Oh my gosh.
He's trying so hard. He's trying to save these people from adding to the blah.
Yeah.
I can't even make words.
Also, Stephanie, that is not a great face for you. Let's fix that. There we go. I'm so sorry.
Like she's about to cry.
Yeah, because it is it's so heartbreaking. It really is.
He's over there knowing that dozens of people
He
are like
needs
dying.
more cops.
Yeah.
He needs more backup and he needs more help because he can't do it by himself or with his partner.
No, that they're trying.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Are people arguing with him? It sounds like it. Poor guy.
He's trying to yell at them to go the other way, away from the search. He tried his best to warn the crowds. He tried to warn everyone that people were dying.
Did he get sucked into the surge?
It was dangerous. And nobody was really listening. He was later interviewed, and he said that he didn't have a megaphone on him because he wasn't dispatched to the scene. He was just on duty. He stumbled upon the dire situation. So I imagine he wasn't even driving around in like a cop car. I imagine that he was like on patrol duty. He said, if we went back to the precinct to get a megaphone, we would have lost too much valuable time. And he cried on the interview, and he said, in the end, a lot of people ended up dying, and I kept thinking to myself, if I had hurried, if I had a megaphone on me, if I handled the situation differently, in a better way, maybe we might have saved one more person. And that's why I'm at a loss for words, and I'm so sorry to the families who have lost their loved ones. He said, I tried my best to rescue them, and I'm sorry. I just couldn't.
That's so sad.
God, that's gonna make me cry.
I know.
Like, he was trying so hard.
And
so,
like,
okay,
it's not his fault. Like, he did everything he could with the supplies and the tools that he had. You know?
Yeah. Like, I'm not blaming, like, all
he wasn't even prepared for the situation he walked in on. He walked in the middle of an emergency. He wasn't dispatched. He didn't know what he was walking in on.
He was just on patrol duty.
Yeah.
That's it. He's just on patrol duty. And then he's like, becomes aware of the situation and he's like, oh, holy shit. And he's like trying to do crowd control. And like, God, that is so sad. And the fact that he has to live with that. Yeah, like I'm not gonna blame like all the cops. Like it's obviously some dispatch or administrator or like whoever was planning this event and for some reason like cops weren't a part of it or were like, nah, it's fine. Like it's the lack of security, so there's like some administrative.
Yeah, honestly, whoever the city plans the event, whoever plans the event, if you know that there is going to be a huge surge of people, whether it is a city or a group or a convention, you always have to make sure that you've got security there because things like this can easily happen.
And you know, maybe the times that the cops that were dispatched, maybe they weren't looking in that alley, maybe they were looking at other stuff, or maybe at the time the alley wasn't as bad.
Yeah.
So I can even give them the benefit of a doubt, but like I would think that after dozens of calls, because they didn't send anybody after 9. So
yeah, at least the very least that they could do is like crowd control, you know? Like that's like the minimum of what a security for an event can do. is crowd control. Like, if you went to a convention, that is the first thing you are told is, hey, we need to manage crowd control, because that is the biggest issue at a major convention, you know?
Going back to the plushie panels.
Yeah.
It was all hands on deck.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot
And
of them, they
the
were all hands on
hallways,
deck.
in the hallways outside of the plushie panels, I mean, there had to be somebody there to make sure that something catastrophic didn't happen, you know?
Exactly, because we had a lot of people who were interested in them little plushies.
Okay. But yeah, it's totally not his fault, and I feel very, very, very bad for him to have walked in on it completely unprepared. If somebody would have radioed him in, like a situation like, hey, we got a phone call, you're nearby, that would have been something different. You know, even he would have been like, hey, I need to check this out. And then, you know, he would have been like, hey, we need backup. But he just walked in on it, you know?
Right. And then he's like, I gotta try to get control of the situation as best I can.
Yeah.
Kale thinks as the reason they're not being the reason for there not being any will piss you off.
Oh, I imagine. I'm already mad.
I'm already mad, but I'm not mad at the cops on the ground.
No.
Like,
I'm already mad at management, and I guarantee it's a management problem. Okay.
Couldn't.
경찰관들 그리고 이동희 시민분들이 정말 받아서 고조를 해주셨는데 결과적으로는 많은 분들이 돌아가셨잖아요. 저는 그래서 말씀드린 대로 제가 좀 급하게라도 좀 확성기를 챙겨서 가져갔으면은 또는 다른 더 좋은 방법으로 구조활동을 펼쳤다면은 한 분이라도 더 살렸을 것 같은데 그것 때문에 참 유족분들께 너무 면목이 없고 죄송한 마음밖에 없습니다.
The situation
she is full on crying.
Yeah.
Or she looked like it anyway. Like, I can't blame her.
Yeah. I'm wondering if he got in trouble for admitting that he was unprepared and for admitting that they should have handled it with like a megaphone and other things, that they could have saved one more life. And to me, like, what he's saying is absolutely 100% true, and I don't blame him at all, but it does show like
well, I mean, there would be no reason for him on a normal patrol to even have a megaphone.
Exactly. So my question is he gonna did he get in trouble with upper or superiors, because he's essentially in a way calling out those that knew that the situation was there and that there should have been cops with megaphones on site already.
I really hope not. I really hope not.
Yeah. Or maybe I'm just reading too much into that statement, you know?
That's also a possibility.
Yeah.
Literally couldn't have been worse. I know there's a lot of discourse about what's wrong with these partygoers. People are dying. Why aren't they listening to the police? What's wrong with them? But that's not everyone.
Okay, but it's Halloween.
Yeah.
And like, how are they, like, I mean, obviously they should know what a cop looks like, but it was just one guy.
Yeah, well, two guys.
Well, okay, it was just two guys, okay? And for all they know, they could have been pulling a Halloween prank.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, there's that to take into consideration. Oh, my leg is cramping. That's fun. I'm
Yeah.
okay, I stretched it out.
Oh, good. Okay.
Okay, press play.
I mean, I would like to believe it was a small group of people. It's not like everyone just stood around watching. People, they tried really hard There was a photographer visiting from China, and he went to Itaewon thinking he would take a lot of cool pictures since he heard the costumes were going to be going all out this year. He finds himself crushed in the alleyway instead. He's hanging onto this pole to prevent himself from losing balance and falling over, and he was standing behind these two women. Every time like a wave of pushing would come, he would grab onto these women. He said he tried to stabilize them because he knew if they fell over, they would be dead. There would be no getting back up in this situation. He wanted to make sure that they were okay, even when he himself was not doing okay. And there were others like him. He said he looked into the crowd and saw this family. So a mom, dad, and a kid that seemed to be maybe 3-4 years old. The dad was holding onto the baby above the crowd so the child wouldn't get crushed. And side note, it seemed like the family was passing through to get home or to the station. It's not like they were out partying for Halloween with their kid. They get stuck in the crowd and they're screaming for help. He said that he saw the crowd working together to pass the child from the parents to a nearby business in the alleyway. So, when the photographer made it back out alive, he went back to his hotel. He's so shaken up. I mean, he only had like 3 pictures in his camera roll that night, and all of them were before the tragedy, and everyone just seems to be so happy, just connecting with each other. And he said that his hands are shaking when his wife called him. They just had a baby, so she just gave birth recently, and she's calling from China, and this is so heartbreaking. But she called and asked about his night, and he said he came home because he just wasn't feeling it. He didn't want to tell her that he had witnessed one of the most horrific incidents of his entire life. He didn't tell her that he stood there watching people die next to him. He said that he didn't want to worry his wife until he got home. Like, even during the most traumatic moments of these people's lives.
She's like postpartum.
Yeah.
She just had a baby. And hormones are still a thing.
I want to know if the baby made it out.
Well, they got the baby into a business. But
I thought they were moving it towards a business. I didn't know if they made it to the business.
They got the baby into a business.
Oh, okay,
but that doesn't mean that his parents made it.
Yeah.
And they weren't even there
to
party.
No, because it's a subway station. That's right there.
They're just trying to go home.
Yeah.
Even during a situation where it was life or death, a lot of these people were still putting others first. A little girl had gotten lost in the crowd. She was separated from the adults that she had come with. She had momentarily fallen down, and she felt a man helping her regain balance. And if he hadn't, she likely would have been crushed to death. She didn't know his name. She didn't have the chance to thank him. Witnesses said that the man who helped her ended up getting stuck after he pulled her out, and he ended up passing away.
Oh.
His name was Lee Ji-han. And his name might sound familiar, but he was a 24-year-old actor in South Korea.
He was an actor.
He was on a few different shows, and he was always known to be very, in Korean it's called 매력적이, which means very charismatic. So he'd be on these shows, and he would laugh in these like reality shows, and he would always cover his mouth very shyly. He just felt like such a genuine person. And the most heartbreaking part about this is that he had just signed to star in a new NBC fantasy drama that would have been his breakout role.
Oh.
Like, that would have been...
Oh, my God.
Oh, that is so sad. You get your dream, and you don't even get to...
die.
Yeah. Live it. Oh.
That was the role he had been looking for, like, his whole career. And he had what it took. He was good at his job. He was able to make people fall in love with these characters. He just wouldn't get the time. The little girl's parents expressed their gratitude and apologized to Lee Ji-han's family for his act of courage.
Aww.
So all the while this is happening in the middle of the crowd, just to show you how chaotic this whole incident was.
Yeah.
Some people at the top of the hill didn't even realize that there were people being trampled down at the bottom. Some of them didn't even realize how dire the situation was becoming. They were just excited to get down there and have fun. And we're going to talk more about this later, but there are online speculations that a group of people had caused the crowd surge and had started pushing people down. More on that later, but for now, at 11 p.m., 30 more ambulances were deployed to the scene, as well as more personnel, more authorities, national disaster medical assistance teams, firefighters, policemen. They're all finally being dispatched to Itaewon.
Hey, I'm sorry, what time was that? Like, this started at 9:30?
It started at 10:30.
Oh, I thought it started at 9:30. Okay.
Or 10.
10.
Or something. I don't know. Go back.
At 11:19, Halloween in Itaewon was called off. 10 minutes to midnight, the fire department issued a stage 3 order.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, go back because that didn't say that's when Halloween was called off.
Which is usually reserved for large-scale disasters.
That didn't go back.
It was too late. I mean, first of all, just to show you how chaotic this whole incident was.
Okay.
Some people at the top of the hill didn't even realize that there were people.
It's there. Some people at the top of the hill. We're here.
Okay, good.
People being trampled down at the bottom. Some of them didn't even realize how dire the situation was becoming. They were just excited to get down there and have fun. And we're going to talk more about this later, but there are online speculations that a group of people had caused the crowds.
And you are right, Kale thing. The good ones are lost too soon.
Yeah.
Like that brilliant little that young actor.
Yes.
Who saved a kid.
I
mean, like, okay, the people who are saving lives, but there's just something about a kid.
Yes. You know? A nice young child.
Yeah. Excuse me? No.
Caused the crowd surge and had started pushing people down. More on that later, but for now, at 11 p.m., 30 more ambulances were deployed to the scene, as well as...
Okay, this thing started at 10, so like an hour later. They started calling at 6.
Yes.
Yeah. That's 5 hours after the first call.
Uh-huh.
More personnel, more authorities, national disaster medical assistance teams, firefighters, policemen. They're all finally being dispatched to Itaewon. Finally, at 11:19, Halloween in Itaewon was called off. 10 minutes to midnight, the fire department issued a stage 3 order, which is usually reserved for large-scale disasters. It was too late. I mean, first of all, they arrived a bit too late. I mean, even when the personnel got there, it's not like they could do much.
Like
they were just
5 hours later?
People. It was pure chaos. Add to that, there were a ton of partygoers who were wearing paramedic uniforms. They looked like doctors, nurses.
I mean, by the time they're like the first ambulances and cops were showing up was like 10 and a little after.
Yeah.
Then like they're like still like an hour and 45 minutes when finally everybody else is showing up.
Yeah.
And at 11:19 it's called off. That is an hour and 19 minutes, and it takes 6 minutes for these people to suffocate.
Yeah.
They're dead.
Yeah.
These people are dead.
Yeah. And there's just more people coming in because they don't know that those people down there are injured or non-responsive or anything like that. And so they're just continuing to walk down this alleyway.
I mean,
continuing to walk towards it.
But by 11, because they have called it off, there are probably cops who are like getting people out. But it is 130,000 people.
I was referring to the people going in. Yeah, not the cops that know.
I mean the cops. No, like by 11 o'clock, they've like by 11:19 they've canceled Halloween.
Yeah.
So they are getting everybody out.
Yeah.
So, they're already, but by then an hour has passed of more people trying to get themselves in there.
Like I said, an hour of people going in there. An hour of people unknowingly walking into this already horrible situation. That's what I was saying.
Yes, I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
Yes, it's okay. Maybe I wasn't specific enough.
But I mean, yeah, now the cops are being able to get it cleared out and get the people out of there, but these people are still trapped.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like they're in there so densely, it's like you have to like pull them out like 1 or 2 or 3 at a time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Doctors, nurses, police, firefighters. The music is still blasting. I mean, it's hard to even decipher what the hell is going on, who to listen to, like what's going on. It was chaos. And of course, the question is, if authorities had gotten there sooner, if the victims had been treated immediately, could they have been saved? I'm not a medical professional, but a lot of medical professionals online speculated that, yeah, a lot of them could have been saved. Usually after 4 to 5 minutes of enduring this level of pressure and lack of oxygen, you start heading into severe brain damage territory. So time is of the essence. I would say that there's a few different types of people that weren't a part of the crowd search. There's the ones that were inside. So these are partygoers that were inside bars, restaurants that weren't connected to the alleyway. They probably came outside and saw all hell break loose and they had no idea what's going on. Then you have groups of people in other parts of Itaewon that hadn't seen what happened in the alleyway yet. So they don't know what's going on. They're partying on the other side of Itaewon. They're living up their Halloween weekend. Then you have those who saw what's going on and they fled. They left. They were terrified. Then there were those who stayed and tried to help authorities with CPR. Mm-hmm. And then there were a group of people, and I would like to say this is the smallest group of people, that saw what happened, heard people were dying, and they continued to party. There's a viral clip of a bunch of people partying on the side of the street while ambulances and medical staff are performing CPR on the other side.
Like in plain sight?
Yeah. And this is the first clip I saw of Itaewon.
Okay, there's always going to be those assholes.
There is. There's always going to be those people. And it honestly is kind of unsurprising that there were a small group of people that did that, you know?
I wish I could say that it's so, oh my gosh, I'm shocked, I'm flabbergasted, but no.
Yeah. Yeah.
On the night that it happened.
Wow.
You think these people know what's going on?
A lot of people think they do. I would like to speculate that maybe they didn't know. In their defense, they said that there were
maybe they didn't realize just how bad it was. Like maybe they thought, there was a few medical emergencies, but 30 ambulances?
Yeah.
Is kind of a lot.
Like when we went to Uber on Halloween and there were 3 ambulances in the middle of that eating restaurant alley. Not alley, but street.
Yeah, that one little area.
And we noped it, and we turned around and went to go get another trip instead. We just canceled that.
We canceled the order that we were going to pick up. Because
us adding to it wouldn't have helped, So we just kind of yeeted it.
Yeah, we were like, there are like 3 freaking ambulances down there. And we were like,
to stay and party while that's going on.
Right? That is so disrespectful.
But I could see them thinking that it was like, I don't know, somebody that had like a stroke or a seizure or like some sort of medical emergency, a heart attack, anything really.
Obviously there was like something kind of big happened down there, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Like that's a lot of ambulances. My God, like what happened?
Yeah.
But like it's fine. It's not affecting us over here.
Yeah, exactly.
So
that's an interesting mindset to be in.
Yeah, I think it's tacky, but also they might have been a bit drunk.
There is also like a crowd mentality. Like if your crowd is like cheering and hyping up and having a good time, your pack mentality would start to like go with the flow almost of that group. Does that make sense?
And also, there's the bystander effect.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody else will handle it.
Yeah. Oh, well, there's all those ambulances here. So, yeah, no, there's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah.
Woohoo! Back to partying. Oh, I'm sorry, Dante. Did I scare you?
Like,
He's in my lap.
hey, Nishi!
Hey, Nishi!
Yeah, it's an interesting mindset definitely to be in.
It is.
Which I think more attributes to sort of a crowd mentality, you know, a bystander effect kind of thing that like
Yes.
normally people when they're alone in a certain situation would react differently, you know?
Correct. There's, what was it that a button said? Never underestimate the stupidity of people in large crowds.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So, this is about a tragedy that happened in 2022 in Itaewon, Korea.
It's the
And
Halloween tragedy. We're doing a Halloween
yes, so
episode.
we're doing Halloween, and basically, there, Itaewon is like, a smaller city within Seoul, and it's huge Halloween celebration, and a whole bunch of people showed up in costume, and there's this alleyway that is where the subway station is. This alleyway goes up in there, and basically, people just got stuck in this alleyway, and 159 people were basically crushed to death by way of traumatic asphyxiation.
Crowd. By way of crowd.
By way of crowd. They basically died because the crowd was so much they couldn't even like move their hands or anything. They basically got crushed to death, and like 200 more were like injured.
Yeah.
And there were no cops to do crowd control. And the cops, like, people were calling by like dozens of people were calling between like 6 and 9 o'clock. And like 4 cops showed up, and they looked at the crowd and go, nope, this is fine. And then so like by 10 o'clock, this alleyway has gotten so bottlenecked and so crushed that people are literally dying. And finally, about 11 o'clock, cops are showing up in mass trying to shut it down. There was this one cop who was just on patrol. He wasn't even like assigned to this area. He was just on patrol. He stumbled into it, and he was trying so hard, but it was just him and his partner. And he was trying so hard to like direct the crowd away from that area, and nobody was listening to him. And he later said if he had had like a megaphone, he might have been able to do something, but the music is really, really loud. People aren't hearing the other people screaming for help, and it is an absolute horrific thing. And you know what, Nishi? I don't know what's with the Korean authorities of it's not my job, but I'm not gonna blame the cops who showed up.
Yep.
Because like once they showed up, there's clearly some administrative decisions about them not being there that night. So, yes. This is absolutely just devastating and sad. Um and yeah. I've already kind of shed a few tears tonight.
Yep. And now you're all caught up.
and she was just talking about a small group of people who continued to party.
And we were talking about crowd mentality.
And like the bystander effect.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. She says I'd blame the 4 that went, that looks fine.
Yeah, probably.
Wait, Tail Thing goes, I can't wait until they watch the South Korean mail incident with Rotten Mango.
Oh, you mean the mall incident?
Oh, mall. I'm sorry. I was too far away. That one was actually one we discussed.
Yes.
Actually, we did discuss that one. But
Which is how I know it was a mall incident, because it was either this one other, or the mall incident.
But I'm like, wait. Didn't the alley thing happen on Halloween? And Monty was like, oh yeah. Okay, so yeah, we did this one because spooky season.
Yeah, because it says Halloween tragedy on it.
Yeah. So it's like the right time of year to be doing this.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna press play. Now you all caught up.
A high number of ambulances present, so maybe they just thought it was like a precautionary measure. But they were literally fist pumping to the songs on the beach. I mean, the visual impact has been a lot. So while ambulance lights are flickering around them, they're singing, dancing, and to make matters worse, it said that a lot of people were so busy filming the ambulances while partying, they were blocking the medical staff from getting to the victims.
Oh,
Koreans
wow.
could not, for the life of them, understand how that could have even happened. How could people be doing that? After the crowd surge,
mentality.
the alleyway slowly starts getting cleared. And now we're just dealing with the aftermath. Trying to rush everyone to get medical attention. There were hundreds of people laying there motionless, needing CPR and needing it fast. So Anna was originally from Spain, and she had come out to Itaewon with her friends for Halloween night. She walked into the bar that night with her friends. People in costumes were laughing, taking pictures. I mean, it was a great night. And then when she walked out, it was just like an apocalypse. She didn't even have time to take it all in. People start running up to her and her friends, and they're like, do you know how to perform CPR? Anna didn't know, her friends did, so they're like, hurry, follow me. Anna's friends run off without her. She's completely alone, just standing in front of this restaurant, like confused. 3 minutes later, her friends come back, and they're crying, and they're screaming. We tried to save them. We just tried to save like 5 or 6 people, but they died. Anna runs with them to go help more people, and she said, I didn't know what I was doing. I just followed the others. They told me to hold these people's heads, open their mouths, and I tried, but they all died.
That's sad.
The people we tried to help, they had already stopped breathing. There was nothing we could do. It was so traumatic. It was...
Could you imagine? Could you imagine? You're in the restaurant having a grand old time, just a girls' day, hanging out with your friend Cosmos.
We're out celebrating Halloween.
Yeah, and then you walk out, and all of a sudden you're just like bombarded in an apocalypse, and like people are dying all around you, and it's like you went from normal happy moment to bam, instant apocalypse without any chance to like ground yourself,
right? And you know, because like it's just you're just chilling, you're just hanging out, and on top of that, you're on vacation,
right?
From a whole ass other country.
Right? My gosh. Like, I could not imagine not being able to process an emergency like that. Like, you know, you get an emergency and there's barely any time to process, but there's still like that second or two to process what's happening to an understanding, you know?
So it is such a tiny little scale in comparison. But do you remember that time that I'm like, oh, hey, Monty, we're out Ubering, and I'm like, hey, Monty, I gotta go to the bathroom. So we stop at a gas station. And I go in there.
Oh, diabetes lady.
Yeah, there's this woman passed out on the floor of this gas station, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, she's like moaning and making some other noises, and I'm like, ma'am, are you okay? And she's like, you know, so she's semi-conscious, and somebody else comes in, and I'm like texting Micah, like, I need you.
Yeah. And I get out of the car and I come in, and Missy's just like in panic mode, and she's on the floor, literally like this.
Ma'am, I need you to stay with me. I need you to stay awake.
Yeah.
And
there was another person there as well that was like checking to make sure she was okay, you know, that sort of thing.
And somebody went to go get a
That was me. That was me.
Auntie went to go get the employee.
And I also bought an orange juice and a chocolate bar, you know, in case it was like a blood sugar thing. Because, okay, just so you guys know, if you find a friend or whatever passed out and you think it could be a blood sugar drop, orange juice and a chocolate bar. Orange juice with some sugar in it would also help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It helps get sugar in them.
Yeah.
And she did mumble something about blood sugar.
Yeah. So she goes, "Is my blood sugar? It's my blood sugar." And so I just ran out and talked to the staff and was like, "Somebody's passed out in the girls' bathroom." And then I ran to get some orange juice and like a chocolate bar, and then went back in and like I paid for it, you know, but I was like handing it to her and like making sure that she had something to drink. And the staff came in and they were like, paramedics are on the way, you know, that sort of thing. But yeah, that is very minor, but kind of what, like.
Yeah, but let me tell you guys, that lady got a little attitude-y with me. I was like, ma'am, you need to stay awake. No, don't tell me what to do. And I think that only works with low blood sugar, not high. But like,
oh, did I say high? I meant low. Yeah, low blood sugar.
So I think you said low. But
oh, did I? I don't know
about what to do with high blood sugar.
I don't know. Cloud brain. Now I'm second guessing myself.
Fair enough. But like, as soon as we knew that the ambulance was there, we got out of the way and we left and we went to a different gas station for me to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
But like, that was just we're just doing our normal job. We're delivering food. And I walk in there and there's a medical emergency. And it's like, oh, holy crap, you know?
Yeah. Normally, I don't know, like normally, because my mom and I both have like low blood sugar, and if your blood sugar drops, you'll get lightheaded and you can pass out from it. And so the best thing to do is just to keep a snack, some orange juice, you know, very simple. When I was, it always comes back to this, but when I was in the emergency room for the gallbladder thing, the second time, and I wasn't allowed to take anything, orally, but my blood sugar dropped, like, dangerously low. They literally brought in orange juice and shoved, and like, a bunch of sugar packets, and they threw sugar packets into the cup with the orange juice, and then they were like, "Here, drink this, drink this, drink this." And at the time I was going through like a potassium issue, so anyways, but that's where I sort of got the idea, was because when my blood sugar dropped and I nearly passed out in the hospital, that's what the nurses did, was they grabbed orange juice from the refrigerator and shoved a bunch of sugar packets in it and swirled it up. Yeah. So, I'm not a medical professional. I am just going to say that.
According to the Google,
yes,
if someone passes out from high blood sugar, do not give them anything.
Yes.
Because especially if they are unconscious, you just call 911 immediately, because they could very easily be going into a diabetic coma.
Yes.
Or if it is somebody that you know, then you can probably, if it is like a family member and like you know how to do it and you know that's what the thing is, you probably could administer insulin.
That's an option.
But that's not gonna happen with like a stranger.
Yeah,
But if
but
it's like
this lady was
like a
going, my blood sugar dropped, my blood sugar dropped.
yes, my
So
blood sugar
that's
dropped.
how I knew to run to
And
get the
even
orange
I was
juice.
asking her, "Ma'am, are you diabetic?"
Yeah, and she was like, no, 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 I'm not diabetic, you know.
But my blood sugar's low. It's like, okay, so I'm insulin resistant due to a medical condition. I guess I technically qualify as diabetic because I slipped just just right where like the blood test considers you diabetic one time. But ever since then, I am either just like at the very cusp of pre-diabetes or
But you
normal
take
blood sugar.
medicine
But
for it,
I
so
take medicine
therefore you
to
are diabetic,
regulate my blood
Missy.
sugar. Yeah,
That makes you
okay.
diabetic.
Okay, guys. I just don't like to say it. But it is due to another medical condition that I have. Um so I take medication to regulate my insulin because I'm insulin resistant, which is super fun. Um, but like, so yes, this is a possible thing that is never going to go away for me. Um, Noodle Man goes, don't funnel sweetened condensed milk into their rectum. Um, uh, so Kale Fang goes. Oh, Noodle Man goes, OJ and chocolate is so simple. I don't know why people do some of the weird things they do to get blood sugar up. And Kalepan goes, I heard someone push frosting and mints into their mouth. Like, no.
Also, orange juice and sugar packets is disgusting. I do not recommend it.
Well, you don't like sweet things.
I was
I mean,
not
you
good,
do, but not
Missy. It
overly sweet.
was
But I wouldn't
not
imagine that would
good.
be good. I don't imagine that would be good. But I mean, so yes, but I mean that was just a tiny little thing. Okay, that was just one woman, and that was just we walked into this medical situation,
Yeah.
and we did what we could. Like I'm in here kind of by myself at first, and then another like person walked in, but I text Micah going, I need you now, or something like that. Like, I didn't give her any details, like, at all. I'm just like, come inside. Actually, I think that's may have been my text she was, come inside.
So rude. So rude. You didn't give me any ample warning.
I didn't give her anything. She didn't know what the heck she was walking into, okay? I'm just like, come inside.
Walk into the bathroom and there's a lady on the floor, and I'm like, oh, we're doing this. Okay, emergency.
Yeah. And so, I mean, I do know that if somebody is passed out, like this woman was somewhat responsive. Like, well, she was responsive. So she was like,
Yeah, she was still awake to be like, my blood sugar dropped. No, I don't have diabetes.
And like, don't tell me what to do.
Yeah, and don't tell me what to do. And so, she was cranky.
And she was cranky. She was hangry.
She was hangry.
But if a person had been passed out, roll them on their side.
Yeah. And don't give them anything when they're passed out.
Don't give them anything when they're passed out, but make sure that like 911 is alerted and just kind of like stay with them.
Yeah.
Just if not you, somebody is staying with them, like I dated a guy who ended up having a seizure disorder.
What? You dated a guy?
I did. I dated a guy in my early 20s, okay? And he ended up okay, so like on our very first date, he was late. And he had like a gash like on his head. Turns out he had a seizure after having a shower on his way, like getting ready to come to our date. And he's like, I don't really know what happened. And it wasn't until we'd been together a little while I witnessed him having a seizure. And I had never really been around people with seizures, but I had watched enough like medical shows to know you need to turn them over on their side so they don't like choke on their tongue or something.
Yes.
And
again, not medical
not
advice,
medical
you guys.
advice at all.
We're not nurses.
I did want to be at one time though. And at that time I did want to be. But like, what did this idiot decide to do instead of taking my advice of, hey babe, I think we need to take you to the emergency room? He decided, nah, let's just go ahead with our plans to go to the zoo with my sister. His sister was a weird
Well,
third
that's
wheel.
okay. Your boyfriend wasn't all that smart anyways. No offense.
No, none taken. None taken, because, I mean, he dumped me. Alright? He had, like, the best thing that he could ever have dreamed of.
He did
and
have
he
the
dumped me.
best thing. That is correct. And now I have the best thing.
You do. Thank you. And you know what the best thing you ever did for me was?
Delete his number.
Deleting his number off my phone.
That's right.
Like guys, this jackass, okay? He broke up with me on Valentine's Day.
We are so getting off topic.
I know, just let me finish. Anyway, he broke up with me on Valentine's Day. Months later, it is the 4th of July. I'm over here at Monty's house, and we were just friends at the time. And you know, we're over there, and like we're sitting in her room, and my phone goes off. And guys, you have got to understand, this was like one of those, like, it wasn't a track phone, but it was like close. You know, it was like the Nokia brick type phones. Anyway, he calls me up and he's like, you know, I miss you. And like, or I imagine that's what he would have said if Monty hadn't taken the phone from me, hung up, and then deleted his number. Like, why is this still here?
I did, didn't I?
Yes. And I'm like, I'm just staring at her in shock.
Well, you know what? I didn't block his number. He had every opportunity to call and text you, and he never did. Okay?
He never did call back. He
knew not to. I would have hunted him down. Allegedly.
Allegedly. Missy, come inside. Once inside. Monty, are we going to hide a fly? Oh, yeah. So now you know about the most serious relationship I ever had with a man.
Awkward. Okay, well, that's a little TMI, but
but no, it's a very scary situation to be doing a perfectly normal activity and then boom, somebody else's medical emergency has just become your problem.
Yes.
You just walked into it and there's a thing. So I really feel for this girl from Spain.
Okay.
And like, because like this is like way worse than anything I went through.
It is very much.
As far as I know, gas station bathroom lady survived.
I mean, I didn't go with her to the hospital, but I hope so.
I said as far as I know.
Yes, she was responsive when they came.
Yes.
I think.
And so, no, she still was.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna press play because that was a long tangent.
It was, but shit's getting real.
That's true. Okay.
Total pandemonium. I mean, sirens and screams and cries. Music is still blasting. Paramedics are doing CPR in the middle.
Dude, that is a weird tone to go back to.
Oh.
What?
Guys, Guys.
What?
No, just Noodle Man said, don't shove like cream up their rectum, and it was held for sexy words.
That it was held, and I missed all of that. All I just saw was in little text. Missy Gets Lost adds permitted term rectum, and I went, what?
Because we, for the most part, don't police the language in our chat.
Yes.
And, like, yeah. So, it's
I mean, we will if it's, like... if it's, like, racist, or if it's, like...
Yes, absolutely.
Offensive.
But, no, I had to approve... I had to approve your, statement. Yeah, I had to approve your statement, your comment, because it was held for, like, sexual content, because apparently rectum is sexual. I mean, I can see how that is, but also at the same time, you know. So yeah, y'all are now allowed to say that word without it being flagged.
Don't go crazy now.
Yeah, don't go crazy now.
Okay, it's such a weird tone. Okay, we gotta go back to a nice...
Yeah, okay.
Depressing.
3, 2, 1. Serious face. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, look at her face. She's already half crying. Okay.
She's been nearly half crying for, like, most of this video.
That's true.
I guess
that's
technically, but that's not usually how you tend to think of that word. Yeah, that's not how I would think of that word either.
That's a very medical word to use.
Yeah, it is. Like, you know, not how I would have thought of it in a sexy, fun way.
Okay. I'm gonna press play. We're going back to sad, depressing. Yeah.
Of the road, partygoers are stopping and watching. Some of them are performing CPR. The only lighting is coming from the brightly colored neon lights of the bars and the ambulances. Random civilians started taking charge and administering CPR, most likely to girlfriends, boyfriends, best friends.
On random civilians.
Their sisters. Like, you see these people trying to get them to come back, and it's just so desperate.
Mm-hmm.
A Pakistani nurse was visiting his brother that lives in Korea. They went to Itaewon just to see what Halloween was like in Korea. He ended up surviving, and he helped with the CPR efforts that night. He performed CPR on roughly 15 to 30 people that night.
Wow.
Now, if you guys have performed CPR, it's physically incredibly taxing. It's not just like you're using your whole body. These people were...
I have never had to perform CPR, but I was CPR certified several years ago.
I was too, and I was taught, and I never had to do it. Luckily, there was a time where I thought I would have to on Dad, but no.
Fair.
It turned out no. We were good, and the paramedics showed up just in time, so.
Oh, that's good.
Yep.
But I have heard. I know how exhausting it was.
Hey,
taking the CPR
I nearly
class.
passed out in CPR class, and that was a dummy.
There you go. Well, you also had a heart condition you didn't know about.
I did also have a heart condition I didn't know about, and would have been the reason why I passed out. Nearly passed out.
Mm-hmm. Multiple times.
Yep.
But I know just how exhausting it was on the CPR dummies.
Yeah.
And I didn't have the heart condition that Monty had. So, you know, I can only imagine. Now, do that on like 15 to 30 people.
No, I would have had a medical emergency right next to them.
You would have. 100%
Yeah.
You would have.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
People were drenched in sweat. He said that he worked all night long, and he saw everyone working so hard. People didn't even know who anyone was.
That's right, Noodle. And that's for training in a very controlled environment.
Exactly. This is not a very controlled
pure
environment.
and utter chaos.
Yeah.
They're just doing everything they can to try and save some people. I just want you to listen. He is speaking Korean and he's saying, I'm a nurse. I know how to do this. And if you don't know Korean, you might not understand, but you hear people screaming in the background and they're screaming, help me, help me. He pretty much worked all into the night, and the next morning he got home with his brother, and he said he couldn't even fall asleep because all he heard were the screams of everyone screaming, help me, help me. And he said even months later, he can't close his eyes without hearing people screaming, help me, help me.
That's very sad.
Also
Probably
in the crowd,
years
there was
later,
a college
too.
couple who are getting married in May of 2023, so in just a few months from when you're seeing this. They had been in the crowd, and the man did everything to try and protect his girlfriend. He tried to shield her body with his own body, and he made sure that she didn't fall. But he ended up losing consciousness, and the two were separated in the crowd. He woke up. Medical staff were like, okay, well, you need to go to the hospital right now. He refused. He rushed to find his girlfriend, who was laying there just on the cold ground, and he performed CPR for over an hour.
Oh.
And she wouldn't come back.
Oh, that's sad. I mean, the whole
And there's
thing's
more on the
sad,
CPR
but
situation we need to talk about. So most of the victims were women, naturally due to height and smaller stature. Most of the victims who passed were women. The paramedics were going around and they were unbuttoning their shirts because that's how you do CPR. It's easier for them to breathe. Apparently, this is very standard. What's not standard is some onlookers pulled out their phones and tried to record videos.
Oh, no.
The victims were being administered CPR.
Gross.
I forget what I was going to say. My brain just went blank.
That's okay.
I'm just gonna continue.
An attempt to save their lives.
Kale Thing says the years of therapy this incident has created is sad to think about.
Yes. Yes, it is.
The amount of trauma that this night created is insane.
Some people thought to film it for the internet because they were partially unclothed. People were crying out loud, stop filming, everyone stop filming, just help. Their bottoms were uncovered, even their shoes were missing. A lot of Koreans were upset because for these victims, even in their last moments, it's like they were being robbed of their dignity. It was just a gut-wrenching feeling. There were hundreds of people down in the ground at this point. Once the chaos was somewhat contained in terms of the chaos of the alleyway and the partygoers were shuffled out, the victims were rushed to ambulances and to the hospitals. But by this point, it's too late. Most of the bodies were laying on the side of the road with blankets covering them. Their bodies were being put on stretchers to be taken to the hospital, but there were no signs of life, really. Most of the victims had already passed, but they had been left just on the road for more than an hour because there were too many victims that rescuers couldn't transport them all to the hospital quickly enough. A Chinese student who was in Korea at the time, she was in one of the big bars of Itaewon, and she had no idea any of this was going on. She said she walked outside at 2 a.m. Remember, the crowd surge started happening around 10:15.
Wow.
She walked out, and she felt like the world had ended. Quite literally.
How long was she in that bar for? Because if it started around... Well, I guess if you're in the bar for 4 hours...
I mean, okay, but, like, bars around here typically close at 2 a.m.
Yeah. Okay, never mind. That's actually pretty okay. I was like, wait, how long were you in the bar?
Plus, it was Halloween, and I mean, like, if the bar has, like, a thing, you're there with your friends.
Yeah, and you're hanging out there all day, or all night, not day.
You could be there all night. You're just hanging out with your friends, you're having fun, you're drinking, that sort of thing.
Okay, I take it back.
Said that there were paramedics everywhere doing CPR on lifeless bodies. There were still sirens. She said, I saw rows of people covered with cloth blankets, and I felt like I was confronted with corpses.
You were.
The first official death toll was issued by authorities at 2:30 in the morning. They stated 59 people had died and 150 people were injured. An hour later, the numbers rose to 120 people that were dead, with 100 injured. And it would rise again. And side note about these injured, I know sometimes we hear these numbers and you're like, well, what does injured mean? Like, do they have small scratches? Like, what's going on?
It means
I'm
they
pretty
lived.
sure it varies, but it's pretty bad. People had broken bones everywhere, fractures. They were going to need surgeries, nonstop medical attention. A lot of the injuries were life-changing. And if they weren't, they were really horrific. There was a Chinese survivor, let's call her Miss A. She said she barely survived the crowd surge. Even thinking about what happened that night, she feels like she's suffocating. She said she thinks it helped that she was relatively tall compared to the other people in the crowd, but it just felt like hundreds and hundreds of pounds were pressing on her chest. She could barely stretch her neck up to breathe. She said her neck was cramped to one side and she couldn't move it back forward. She couldn't move it to the other side. Her neck was like perpetually stuck looking to her left.
Oh, wow.
And she was forced to watch the girl on her left die. She suffocated. And she couldn't even turn away because she didn't have room to move her neck. Soon after that, she felt something strange on her back, and she later realized that the person behind her was throwing blood up on her.
Oh.
A lot of people actually vomited. A lot of the dead bodies were seen with vomit around their faces because when you suffocate to death, oftentimes you do vomit. She said that it was so tight she couldn't even move her fingers, and it felt like 300 people were just pushing her, and her legs went numb for about an hour. She couldn't feel her legs. Eventually, she was carried out by a firefighter to the roadside. She was rushed to the hospital. She said she still needs to get x-rays for her chest because it's been really hard for her to breathe. Like it hurts when she takes a breath. Another survivor, Juliana, she's a 23-year-old student from Mexico who is studying in Seoul. She said she went with a friend to Itaewon, and as they were heading into the subway station to...
Okay. Sorry, it's just there's a lot. There's a lot.
There is a lot. Like, I mean, is it the vomit?
Yeah, it's the vomit. Okay.
I mean, if you're being crushed, the blood makes sense.
Yes, that I guess does make sense. It's just like I didn't know. I didn't need that visual, you know?
That's...
She's very thorough. Stephanie is very thorough.
Absolutely horrific.
Okay, I'm gonna continue. I needed like a moment of her to stop talking. Okay.
Go home at 10 p.m. The minute that they stepped into the alleyway, Juliana and her friend were separated. It was pure chaos. She said it was like this uncontrollable force that was pushing her down. Her feet lifted from the ground and she couldn't go back, she couldn't go forward. Whatever the crowd was moving in, whatever direction, that's where she was going. An unconscious person fell on top of Juliana and she said it was pure panic. She started hyperventilating. She had to calm herself down. She started blacking out. The noise of the crowd started feeling quieter and quieter, and she couldn't feel her legs. She couldn't even move a single toe. She said she started thinking, okay, yeah, I'm gonna be next. It felt like she was just waiting for death. And somehow, by some miracle, a young man standing on a high platform on the edge of the alleyway was able to wiggle her out and save her.
Oh,
She had been trapped like that for nearly 50 minutes. She said she looked around and there were dead bodies everywhere, and she was severely shaken up, but she went home that night and she thought it was just nerves, but the next day she had a crazy fever. She was hospitalized and diagnosed with necrosis of her leg. Basically, when blood flow is cut off from a part of your body, the tissues start to die. In severe cases...
Did she have to get her leg amputated, I wonder?
You can get... Okay. Wow,
Okay,
that's
so,
a lot of pressure. I mean, like,
okay,
I know
so-
it's pressure, but that's a lot of pressure.
So, okay, there's a... You know, in the Hunger Games book, when Peeta's leg is bleeding and she does the tourniquet,
Yes.
and he ends up losing his leg because of
the tourniquet, yeah.
Yeah. Same thing. It cuts off the
with
blood flow.
people's bodies.
Yeah, but with people's bodies. Like, she was like, she was trapped and her feet were up and, like, her legs go numb, you know? So, yeah, that's, like, that's insane.
That's wild.
That's wild. And, like, I mean, if it is really bad enough, you have to have things amputated because necrosis means it's dead. It's not alive. It's necrotized. It's not gonna be good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I can understand a tourniquet like in the Hunger Games, but people's bodies?
Yeah, people that you crushed so hard that it has cut off blood flow to a leg.
Wow. Okay.
This can be fatal. It's when your limbs literally start dying and it can
my
start
God.
spreading. Thankfully, she's recovering, but the pain is really bad. One of her legs is still very blue, very swollen. She can't walk properly. If she even breathes too hard or too fast, she feels immense chest pain. And these are just the physical injuries. In the end, 159 people died in the Itaewon Halloween tragedy, including the deaths of 26 foreign citizens from 14 different nations. The overwhelming majority were Korean citizens and women. 102 women and 57 men. 158 died from suffocation, and one person later committed suicide. 196 people were.
So we're counting the boy.
The boy, yeah. Because
From the
he
beginning.
did so because of this event.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it led to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that is insane. And I can understand why 108 of them were women.
Yeah.
Because there is definitely a height difference. And okay, like you're like average height,
Mm-hmm.
you know, but I'm short.
Yes. You're short.
And so like I would be like down there. Those 3 inches that you have on me might just be able to give you an edge.
Yeah. Maybe. Who knows?
Maybe.
I don't know.
Who knows? But like that is insane because like especially if like the crowd it's easier to get a smaller shorter person trapped in like a group of people.
Mm-hmm.
I
don't know. You have asthma and I have a heart condition. So I think we would both be done.
No, we're both dead.
Yeah.
We're both dead.
Yeah. Regardless of height.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. Well, they did correct your heart condition, but
yeah.
Still. Physically. Keep this in mind. That's not including mental, emotional, because the trauma that these survivors, the first responders, the fire department, the trauma that this whole nation is going to carry with them. I mean, the real number of those impacted and injured and the families of the victims whose lives are just never going to be the same. Like, there's no way to put a definitive number on that. Like, it's hard to put a number on a whole, So when news breaks on that, like, it's their phones.
Okay, stop.
Yes.
She
just be bugging.
Phones. And it sounds selfish to say 58 died from suffocation and one person later committed suicide. 196 people were physically injured. Physically. Keep this in mind. That's not including mental, emotional, because the trauma that these survivors, the first...
I am going to reiterate Kelpeng's earlier comment. The years of therapy this incident has created is sad to think about.
Mm-hmm.
Because it seems like a good place to put that comment again.
Yes.
First responders, the fire department, the trauma that this whole nation is going to carry with them. I mean, the real number of those impacted and injured and the families of the victims whose lives are just never going to be the same. Like, there's no way to put a definitive number on that. Like, it's hard to put a number on a whole nation's pain. So when news breaks of this, parents are glued to their phones. And it sounds selfish to say, but many of them were probably thinking, I hate myself for thinking this, but please, God, let it not be my kids. Many parents were alerted later on by officials that their child had passed away, and they didn't believe it because, just think about how shocking that is. How do you comprehend that your kids go out, they're going to be home relatively early, they talked to you just an hour or two ago, many of the kids were going out to eat with friends. One mother of a victim said, I didn't believe it until we got to the hospital. I didn't believe it until I saw my own son with my own 2 eyes. And she said since then, her whole family has been broken. Her husband, the victim's father, has attempted suicide. And their daughter, who sees them in pain, she cries to them, it should have been me that died. It should have been me instead.
Honey.
Another mom rushed to the hospital only to see that her daughter had died. And she said, it's truly devastating to identify your own child. When I go to bed, I can't get that picture out of my head, so I can't sleep anymore.
Oh.
The parents, they couldn't understand what had happened to her, so they got her phone, and they said at 9:35 p.m., their daughter was taking pictures smiling in a bar. Then at 10 p.m., she texted her at 10 p.m. she was going to go to the Itaewon station and go home. She took a couple more pictures smiling, and then on her way to the subway station.
Yeah, and because it was right next to the subway. A lot of them were just trying to go home.
They were just trying to go home because they're like, we've been out. Okay, it's like 10 o'clock. I need to start heading back home now.
Yeah.
And she got caught in the crowd surge and died. Her friend who survived later said that they weren't even trying to use that alleyway to get to the station. It was so crowded up until that alleyway, it's like they got sucked into it like a vacuum. Her friend ended up surviving, and she said it was so bad. She lost her shoes. Her feet weren't even touching the ground. She was just being moved by the crowd. They got separated. And her parents they look at these last pictures taken of her on her phone, and her dad said, she's smiling. Look at her smile.
No.
Look at her face. And her mom would cry, she's my best friend. She's my best friend.
Oh Will-suk and Kim Un-mi look through photos on her phone, trying to piece together how Jimin became one of the 158 victims of Seoul's Halloween crowd crush.
I can't look at the photos, they make me cry.
That image of her keeps coming to me, so I can't sleep at night.
It snowed yesterday and got cold. Jimin is buried outside. It makes me more sad.
A lot of parents gathered at a press conference, and you can hear them scream at one point, take us and bring our kids back. Many of the parents are heard apologizing to their kids about what happened. And I can't even imagine
when did the other thing happen? The Sewell.
Was that Itaewon? I think that was Itaewon. Let me look it up. Very tragedy. It happened in 2014.
Okay, so this is like 8 years after that. So.
Oh yeah, they were the Itaewon class.
Yeah, so this is just 8 years after, basically that tragedy happened.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be wild if some of these young people were classmates?
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
Yes, Nishith, it was the same place.
They were from the school. They went to Itaewon school. The city, yeah.
She says the city is cursed.
Yeah.
So some of those might even have known some of the kids.
Yeah. Yeah.
From that. And because we're talking, some of them were in their 20s, some of them were a little older. It was just a different group of people, different ages.
Yeah.
That's insane. That is utterly insane. And so sad.
But we don't know that any of them that were survivors or that knew any of those kids were there.
No. I mean, I'm just saying that's speculation on my part.
Yeah.
But No, it's just sad that these two tragedies happened connected to the same city.
Within less than 10 years, yeah.
Yeah, because that's just absolute horror.
Yeah.
You know, because this is hundreds of people who died at a time.
Yeah.
You know, it was over 100, and then the Sheath goes, actual Final Destination like shit if any of those survivors ended up there.
No kidding.
Seriously. Okay, you can press play.
Okay. I can imagine the pain of the guilt that these parents are going to carry with just for the rest of their lives. I mean, I'm not saying that's a logical feeling. I'm not saying that they should feel guilty, but that's how parents feel.
Yeah.
One father found out at the hospital that both his daughter's arms had been broken before she passed away.
Oh.
And now all he can do is visit her at her resting place, and he tells her, "Appa 왔어," which means Dad is here. Dad is here. He said, "I should have taken more care of her. She was a precious daughter to us."
No, I don't want to see the crying. Oh, Stephanie's going hard in this episode.
There is said to have been over 1 ton in weight of items left behind in the Itaewon tragedy, just belongings, mainly from the deceased. So bags, clothes, just left in the alleyway because they were getting ripped off and the shoes were falling off. There were 123 handbags, 258 pieces of clothing, and 256 pairs of shoes. They were all laid out in a gym in Seoul, and parents and families were called to search for their belongings of their loved ones. And there's this heartbreaking moment where a mother walks in and she recognizes her daughter's handbag. And just to see her reaction to seeing her daughter's bag is so heartbreaking. I don't even have the words.
I think she is. Oh, she is.
Yep.
Look at the costumes.
Oh, man, come on.
At a press conference, another mom played a song that her son sang.
What?
You could see Stephanie taking a breath.
Yeah.
She was taking a breath, trying to, ground herself.
Yeah. It is heartbreaking.
It is.
Her. And at the end, he says in a voice memo, "엄마, happy birthday. I love you." And just seeing her break down as she listens to his voice again.
엄마, 생일 축하해.
By November 1st, the funeral homes in Seoul were overflowing. They were filled with bodies of young people who were just starting their lives. So many of them had just graduated high school. Some of them were just in college or they had just graduated. I mean, this is the beginning of their lives, and now they're gone.
That's sad.
In one funeral home, 28-year-old James Sim's body was put to rest. And in the room next door, his best friend Yoon was put to rest. And in the funeral home across town, his girlfriend was put to rest. All three of them had died that night. And the one thing that James's parents kept saying was, our son loved to work out. He spent most of his free time in the gym. So how could that not have even saved him? And I think that just shows you genuinely the true dangers of a crowd search. It doesn't matter your fitness level, your physique. It's just that dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
The parents cried, "James is the best older brother out there. How is our younger son ever going to cope?" A bunch of James's friends who didn't attend Itaewon that night, they came to the funeral home and they all sat in silence grieving for James. And when they were done, they couldn't go home. They couldn't lay down and cry themselves to sleep. They had to go to the next room over and grieve for their other friend, Yoon. There were altars set up all around South Korea for mourners to pay their respect. A lot of flowers were brought. Some with soju bottles were left for the victims. Many people bowed to the victims as a sign of ultimate respect.
That's just so sad.
I know. It's You go from one room to the next room to the next room to the next room until you've exhausted all your friends that you know.
Yeah. Like,
or family.
That's just so heartbreaking.
It really is. Yeah.
도저히 못 참겠더라고. 언제까지 이럴 거예요, 진짜? 에? 이래가지고 경제 발전하면 뭐 할 거예요? 에? 3만 머리, 5만 머리 뭐 하냐고. 젊은이들 다 죽여놓고.
She's crying again.
I know.
불쌍한 애들. 나가지고 키워서 고등학교, 대학 보내가지고.
The man who is breaking down, talking about what good is a strong economy. I think there is a lot of trauma left over from the ferry incident.
Oh no, we're getting into the ferry incident.
Now we're getting into it.
Okay.
In 2014, where over 300 people died, a majority of them young students. We're going to get into that in a second, but I think the whole nation.
Do we have to do it again?
In these moments, like the whole nation was so devastated by this. I mean, even here in the US, I didn't know a single Korean that did not feel immense sadness for what was going on. Many Koreans came out to hold up candles and these memorials all over South Korea. It's estimated that over 100,000 people came out to grieve. But slowly that sadness and that grief would turn to anger. Because it's like, okay, now we want some answers.
Okay, tell me why.
So the first person that, not the families of the victims, the internet went for were the so-called pushers. So there were words of survivors that sent chills down people's backs. A lot of survivors were interviewed and they said, we were all suffocating and from behind we could hear people screaming, push, push, push. The survivor said that the crowd started feeling these pushes in different intervals, like you were up against a massive wave, just being pushed, regaining balance, and then being pushed again. There's a couple of videos where you can see, I guess, waves in the crowd, if you can call it that.
Were they trying to push so that they could get free or I mean, like, I know she's probably going to answer that, but like, why would you be screaming push, push, push unless you were trying to like get in because you don't know what's going on or...
But the way she's describing it is it was in waves.
Yeah.
So it could have been on purpose.
Yeah. But I still, because she said earlier on that they didn't realize how bad it was in like the middle, I guess I would call it. And so everybody's like trying to get into like the alleyway street, you know, so that they could get to the party. And they don't know that the situation. So by saying push, 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 they're trying to get in there faster.
I mean, it could have been.
I don't think it was meant out of vindictive or maliciousness, you know?
No, but, you know, think, you know, pranks, and it's like, ha ha ha, let's, like, push the people over.
Yeah.
And, like, you know, we'll just do, like, a really big domino effect, but not expecting anybody to, like, die.
Yeah. I don't know. I could see that with a few people, but, like, that crowd was wild.
People, yeah, that seems insane. So it might have been like push, 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 like trying to get in.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or trying to get out in a certain direction.
Yeah.
Mm.
She says, interesting thing is when crowds become too big and congested, they start behaving like floods. The waves would simply be because pushing continuously wouldn't work.
Oh, okay. Yeah, look at all those people. That's so many heads.
That's insane.
We're still smiling.
It just seems like people are standing static and then they're being pushed in these wave-like motions. But the unsettling part was the survivor is saying that a group of people were pushing the crowds on purpose. More and more survivors came out to confirm these stories, and they said, yes, there were a group of guys screaming push, and they were pushing hard. One survivor said that they heard a guy say, let's just all push, kids, push, push, push. The survivor said they could see the crowd surge, and they were all thrusting forward, and a bunch of people started collapsing in front of them. A lot of survivors all seconded this story, and some even mentioned seeing a guy with a rabbit headband being the leader of the pushers. They said that they heard him scream, "Go crazy, kids, push." One survivor said about the rabbit headband man, "I really felt like I was in hell. People in front of me were crying for help. They said that they were dying and couldn't breathe. People behind me were screaming and pushing, and I was like, wow, this is what hell feels like."
Did we ever find
my feet
rabbit
were lifted up from the ground.
headband?
I couldn't breathe. Suddenly someone grabbed me with their hand and I was crying. They had saved me. Like, they shouted at me to make myself pull myself together. There were still people around us screaming, partying, singing. It was so evil. It truly felt like hell. I saw people being crushed together and dying. If I ever see that person with the rabbit headband again, I would gladly stab them. Another witness said, "I can't believe what had happened. I saw people laughing. I'm not sure if they found it funny or if they were too scared to know what to do." What's wild is that during this entire tragedy, there were people that were still partying, like I said. A survivor from India, Nuville, said that it felt like waves were coming down on him. There was nothing you could do. It felt like you were being sucked in the crowd, and it's like the crowd has a mind of its own. The only reason he said he survived was a woman, ironically wearing angel wings, waved to him, and he was able to find his way up to a high step in the alleyway. And from there, he could see people dying. He said there were so many of them. There was nothing he could do. He felt so helpless. He tried to scan the crowd for his friends. He reached for his phone. Nobody picked up. The most heartbreaking part was that he saw this man on the side of the road afterwards, just tunnel vision, performing CPR on his friend, just going at it, not taking a moment to breathe for like 30 minutes. He had sweat dripping down. I mean, he himself was so out of breath, like 30 minutes. People tried to drag him away because everyone knew that his friend was gone. But he still went on for 30 minutes.
Oh.
And Nuville said it was evil because he turned to the right and he saw a few people fixing their faces while this was all happening, as if nothing had happened. Another witness survivor said they lost faith in all humanity that day. Now, back to the pushers. People in the back felt like they could push their way through the alleyway, and allegedly some of them screamed, "We need to push to get through." Some even said that the two Korean words, push and go back. So you had half the group wanting to go back, and then you had half the group wanting to push. It was just at odds. And above the loud music, the chaos of the screams, it was hard to hear what people were saying. So 밀어 means push, 밀어. And then 뒤로 means back. So 밀어, 뒤로, 밀어, 뒤로.
It's confusing.
Yeah.
So it sounds similar almost.
Similar
that
word.
People weren't sure what the
Whether
other one
they
wanted.
were pushing or wanting to go back.
Right. Interesting.
With the music, maybe it was confusing. So netizens took their jobs as internet sleuths seriously. They were able to find out who the rabbit headband guy was. They tracked him down online. They start leaving him comments, messages telling him,
Did
you
he
better turn
survive?
yourself into the police because you are the killer. You're the cause of this tragedy. It looked like they weren't going to stop until he was taken down. The rabbit headband man went on to Instagram to state that he and his friends were being hunted down, and he said, "Yes, that's me in the rabbit headband in the pictures. But my friends and I had already left Itaewon Station when the crowd surge happened, so we were not the ones pushing. Like, maybe there's another guy with a rabbit headband, but it's not me." He posted his subway ticket to show proof, and it showed that he did indeed leave Itaewon Station at 9:55 p.m. The police were also able to confirm that he was not in Itaewon at the time of the crowd search, and he wasn't found responsible for the pushing. There were other rumors of a guy that went around pouring oil on the ground so that people would slip and fall.
What?
Those were later proven to be false.
Oh.
But the witch hunt didn't end there. I mean, I think people were just looking for someone to blame. A lot of angry...
How about the officials, the people who were in charge of the party planning, the city, the people who should have hired security, maybe security management,
I mean, clearly, but right now they're just it's easier to blame somebody who was there.
Versus the people who should have been there.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I mean, oh, baby. Okay. Oh, my goodness. Okay, there you go, big boy. I had Dante in my lap. So, I mean, it's obvious that they should be blaming authorities for not being there. Not the cops that showed up, as we already said before, but the ones that didn't show up. But maybe, you know, you can definitely look at the ones who were called between 6 and 9 and kind of go, really? You thought that was safe? You know, but except get you. Oh, the people know that being angry at authorities does nothing except get you labeled a North Korean agitator.
Interesting.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
So yeah, looking to blame somebody, which is natural. When something like that happens, you want somebody to blame.
Yeah.
You know, a bridge collapses, you're gonna be like,
you're gonna blame the engineers that made the bridge.
Yeah. Especially if it's like a newer bridge, but like if it's an older bridge, you're gonna be like, how come this bridge hasn't been maintained?
Yeah, that too.
Oh, that's what happened to the people protesting after the ferry disaster.
Oh.
Right.
That's right.
Okay.
I'm gonna press play.
Netizens were looking for just anyone. Even journalists started to blame people. I think they were just looking for provocative stories. So they start blaming a very popular live streamer. Let's call him Kay.
Really?
Netizens speculated that Kay was the reason for the crowd surge because he streamed that he was in Itaewon and all of his viewers swarmed to see him, causing an influx of the traffic. So they were like, it's his fault for so recklessly telling his viewers that he was in Itaewon. And then he was like, no, I happened to be in Itaewon and I couldn't leave the bar because it was so dangerous. In the same breath, another celebrity was being blamed. Yuain, he lives in Itaewon and everyone speculated
why are we blaming
that he went
all
out
the
and people started
celebrities?
spotting him outside and that's why they flocked to Itaewon. But in this case, Mr. Yu's agency came out to say that he wasn't even in South Korea at the time of the tragedy. So it genuinely just seemed like people were going out to blame one individual. They were just trying to find someone. But that was proving to be very difficult. So briefly, the public, the netizens, the journalists, they start blaming the businesses. They start turning their attention on the businesses. They said, you guys didn't help out with the crowd surge. The businesses in the alleyway.
What were they supposed to do? If they started pulling people in, it's like the balcony issue. You can only pull so many people in before it becomes a danger for yourself.
Yeah, but when like, because the one guy was like, hey, you know, we can't pull up anymore because they'll just be falling right back into it.
Yeah.
And the guy was like, one more.
And then imagine that kind of pressure to have to open the door and pull somebody in. You know,
besides,
you don't even know you could open the door. You could have been trapped in there until, like, you know, everything calmed down.
Were there even any entrances to any businesses?
Yes, there were a couple. We saw doors.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. And the ones that were walking out of the bars and then getting swept up into it. You know?
Like, how... That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
But how could you... Because, like, they were so jam-packed in there.
Yeah.
That people couldn't move. So how were they supposed to be able to, like, snatch people and pull them into the restaurant?
And then if it's really, really bad, how are you supposed to open the door? A lot of doors open outward, you know?
Yeah, so you can't even open the door.
Yeah. And then if you opened it inward, you're just causing yourself to not be able to close the door.
Right?
And then they come in, and the next thing you know, you're being crushed.
Monty, please tell me the ball happened somewhere else.
The ball? What ball?
The mall incident.
The mall?
Mall.
I don't know. I haven't seen the episode. I can't honestly tell you it happened somewhere else or not.
The sheet goes, last year, a famous musician wrote a song in Game of Thrones was in India because of the concern regarding mismanaged crowds. His impromptu street performance was shut down.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Now, see? That was smart.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll have to do the mall incident and find out if it's in the same area.
If it turns out to be an Ichiwan, then I am going to think this city might actually be cursed. Even if a crowd, this is a cheat, even if a crowd is coming for celebrities, it is policy that the authorities...
Police and other authorities.
It's the police and other authorities' responsibility. Exactly. And the police were not doing anything here.
Exactly.
Like, the higher-ups did not have them assigned.
Yeah.
But the ones that showed up were trying.
Yeah.
Except possibly the ones that were like, nah, this is fine.
At the end of the day, even if you have a celebrity and that celebrity goes online and says, hey guys, I will be at Itaewon for a couple of hours for a meet and greet, right? It's still up to security to be able to manage that crowd. And at the end of the day, there was no security. No one was there. That's not the fault of the celebrity. No.
Absolutely not. The sheath did post about the department store. It's in Seoul, but it's in a different district, so it is not in Itaewon.
Okay. Good to know.
But it is still in Seoul, but it's not in that same part of Seoul.
Okay.
So, okay. That makes me,
Alrighty, I'm gonna...
glad to know. But still, though, that's like 3 things that happened. That's kind of insane.
Yeah.
She says celebrities can be partially responsible, but no way do they bear all the responsibility.
Right, like if a celebrity is gonna do a meet and greet, oftentimes the celebrity has security already hired to be with them. At least I hope so. Like a responsible celebrity would.
Yeah. Do you remember a few years back where I think it was a Taylor Swift concert, and I think it was somewhere in South America, and it was like really, really hot, and like a person died, or like a few people died?
Yeah, and then she started throwing water off the stage.
Yeah, because nobody was giving water.
Yeah.
And she like literally had like
her own security team tossing water.
Yeah. Her own security passing out water. That was the celebrity doing
what security should have done.
Uh-huh.
Not her security, what the arena security should have done.
Yes. But her security stepped up and was like tossing out bottles of water.
Yeah, she was throwing them from stage.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna press play.
Okay.
People prevented the crowd surge. That's what they're saying. Now, a lot of this rumor comes from the fact that a bar, Waikiki Bar, was seen closing their doors and not letting victims in. But one of the owners and the employees have come out and said, basically in the beginning, when the crowd surge was just happening and people were running in, we didn't know what was going on. We thought they were drunk. We thought they were drunk and like having a blast and like screaming and like running into so we closed the doors. I mean, it was strange. But when we realized what was happening in the alleyway, we opened our doors, we let people in, we all started doing CPR. Yeah. But it didn't matter because netizens were going crazy. They flooded the store owners with really nasty messages.
That makes sense. Like, everybody's drunk, they're being stupid, and like, they're just running in and it's like, whoa. you know, and then it's like, oh shit, there's like an emergency going on. Let people in.
Right.
Like, but I can see how, and people on the internet do have a tendency to take things to an extreme and go crazy with it.
Oh yeah, the internet is very unforgiving.
Here's looking at you, Reddit.
We love you, but sometimes.
We do. But, like, you know, you can go down some Reddit conspiracy theory rabbit holes real easy.
Yes.
You know, but, like, it's very easy for people to start coming up with conspiracy theories and, oh, it could have been this, oh, it could have been that. You know, oh, look, that restaurant didn't do that. You know, like the restaurants, oh man, they were not opening their doors, and it was just that one restaurant, you know, and then blame everybody. And, like, you know, because, like, at the end of the day, 159 people are dead.
Yes.
And people need somebody or something to be at fault, because it's like, this is just a simple tragedy that should never have happened. And, like, what, somebody had to have been responsible. Somebody has to take the blame for this. We have to have somebody to be mad at.
Right.
Nashith goes, real world is only less forgiving because it doesn't give the people the chance to act.
Oh, that's deep, Nashith.
That is very deep.
Yeah.
It's very easy to hide behind your keyboard and say things.
Yes.
You know.
Okay.
Employees from the Waikiki bar said, I will never forget the look of the eyes of someone I performed CPR on. He also stated that there was a distinct smell that started coming from the crowd surge, and he'll never forget it. He said, my heart beats so much that I have to take sedatives every day. No matter how much I drink, I can't fall asleep. I just keep thinking about the look. The police even fueled this...
Oh, okay. Stop that.
Rude.
This rumor that it was the business's fault by stating
Excuse
businesses
you.
specifically... So we closed with really nasty messages. Employees from the Waikiki bar said, I will never forget the look of the eyes of someone I performed CPR on. He also stated that there was a distinct smell that started coming from the crowd surge, and he'll never forget it. He said, my heart beats so much that I have to take sedatives every day. No matter how much I drink, I can't fall asleep. I just keep thinking about the look in their eyes. The police even fueled this rumor that it was the business's fault by stating businesses specifically told the police to ease up on police presence this year because these businesses wanted people to party so that they could make more money. Which personally,
I'm sorry.
What? The business owners
That's what I just said,
no,
Stephanie.
we didn't say that. And even if we did, what are you saying?
Did you say that the cops started that?
The cops blamed the businesses by saying that the businesses asked for the police presence to not be there. Or no, to lighten up this year. Versus the last 2 years when they didn't have anything.
Right.
Or 3 years.
Right. And the businesses are, of course, going, no, we didn't.
Yeah, and honestly, even if the businesses asked them to lighten up on police, you know, being there, to lighten up on police presence, that does not mean don't show up at all. You know what I mean? Your argument is invalid. Your argument is invalid.
Yes.
I'm so flabbergasted that it's not making sense anymore.
Yikes.
Yeah,
You're really just going to listen to us? Like, when have you guys ever listened to business owners?
That's
and we're like,
what
you know
I'm saying.
You're right. Let me just not show up. And side note, the businesses in Itaewon, they're not doing well. Even months after the tragedy, a lot of them are after the tragedy. Itaewon has kind of become more of a ghost town these days. People said it just feels wrong to go there and have fun.
Stop that.
And this is...
Nishith goes, people say same things to each other in person. It just doesn't reach the responsible. Nishith also says, will those cops also lighten up on criminals because they want to commit more crimes?
Yes. Okay.
Oh, hey, come on now. I just tried to rob a bank, dude. Calm down. Do you know how ridiculous that sounds?
Yes.
And the cop's like, you know what? You're right. Yeah, the economy's bad. Go ahead. It's only a couple $100 anyway. Do you know how stupid that sounds?
Yes. It sounds stupid.
Yeah. Oh, you want to come back over here? Okay, Dante, come on. Okay, let me move over. Come here. Come on. Or get distracted by something else. That happens too. All right.
Literally a city that was known for its fun, known for its bars, restaurants, shopping, these activities. They said they're all suffering. Some business owners said, it's been rough. We were hit with COVID. And then when finally things opened up again, now no one comes to Itaewon. And not only that, but we had to live through that night, trying to save people and being traumatized. So a lot of these business owners, these employees, they have a lot of trauma from the incident.
Well, yeah.
They're emotionally, mentally scarred, and add to that their financial pressures. A business owner said there's no sales, none, not even one throughout the day. So it was clear that the businesses were not to blame. So since individuals in attendance, the businesses, they couldn't be blamed, the internet started making it very political. Now, this is very intense, and when you start going into the whole Itaewon story, there's so many layers to it. I mean, you think it's just first police planning, the city planning isn't good, and then it just gets very crazy.
Okay,
so
please
October
tell
29th,
me.
earlier in the day,
I need to
there
know.
were these protests throughout Seoul. A lot of it happening in Yongsan, which is the province that Itaewon is inside of Seoul. Now, there were protests everywhere, and they were labor to Itaewon. There were...
Okay, why is it doing that?
I don't know.
But it's very annoying.
18 different rallies. Now, this is very intense, and when you start going into the whole Itaewon story, there's so many layers to it. I mean, you think it's just first police planning, the city planning isn't good, and then it just gets very crazy. So October 29th,
tell me. I want to know.
There were these protests throughout Seoul. A lot of it happening in Yongsan, which is the province that Itaewon is inside of Seoul. Now, there were protests everywhere, and they were labor unions protesting. They were close to Itaewon. There were reports of 18 different rallies and protests taking place the day of October 29th, and they were big.
Okay.
About 30,000 people were out protesting. Now, the right-wing individuals are trying to blame the left wing. So the labor unions, they're typically associated with the left wing, and basically they said because of these...
Okay. Are they saying that because of these protests, all of their security were at the protests and not at the Itaewon? They didn't have any of them there.
That this was earlier in the day.
It was earlier in the day. Yeah.
They could have done both. Nishith goes, wanna bet nothing will come from this. Either authorities will get off scot-free, and mostly some scapegoats will take the fall.
Probably, honestly.
They said because of these protests, Seoul, a lot of it happened everywhere, and they were right-wing individuals are trying to blame the left wing. So the labor unions, they're typically associated with the left wing, and basically they said because of these protests, police had to be dispersed throughout the province, and they used up all the manpower, making sure that the protests were contained and nobody got hurt during the protests, that they didn't have any more resources for the Halloween weekend. But the left-wing groups fought back for that reasoning, and they said, no, it's dumb to even draw these conclusions. So on the weekends, nobody should protest. And the current president, President Yoon, he's a conservative, and we've talked about him before on the Stephanie Sue channel. He's made some very controversial moves, such as moving out of the Blue House, basically leaving the White House to live somewhere else. And that somewhere else is in Yongsan, which is the province that Itaewon is in. And that's going to suck up a lot of province that resources.
Hello. Okay, why are you doing that?
I don't know, but it's getting annoying.
It is.
Blue House, basically leaving the White House to live somewhere else. And that somewhere else is in Yongsan, which is the province that Itaewon is in.
Okay.
And that's going to suck up a lot of resources, especially with the police department, because there was a set protocol in place when the president was in the Blue House. And now they're adding just a lot more chaos,
so we're
I guess.
blaming president.
It's speculated that 700 police officers were busy commuting to and from the president's new residence. Basically, people on the left were saying because the conservative president unnecessarily moved, the Yongsan police were too busy accommodating his new residence and keeping him safe. They didn't have enough manpower.
At 9 o'clock at night, you mean to tell me that every single one of these security officers was
so busy with the protests earlier in the day and the president that they didn't have
any manpower? We don't have anybody coming on the night shift? What the heck?
Yeah, like cops.
Those are different shifts. There's night shift and there's day shift.
There are several shifts. Yeah.
To protect the civilians in Itaewon that weekend. A lot of people were calling on him to step down, the president, but the conservatives were arguing with them, and the whole thing just got super political. Now, to be fair, Koreans had a lot of other things that they were mad at the government for. The most recent tragedy of the Sewol boat sinking in 2014, 306 people, majority of them students, died when a ferry sank off the southwest coast of the country. Government response was really bad.
Non-existent.
The president was shifting blame. It was just really gross. The government focused on their image rather than prioritizing lives. So as the boat was sinking and in the key moments where lives could have been saved, the government straight up refused help from other countries because they would look bad on them. They tried to downplay.
Like, let's have like a little refresher, guys, that there was an American aircraft carrier right there with
the Navy.
Trained with the Navy, who were trained for air sea rescue.
So if you want to see that episode, by all means, it's in the Rotten Mango playlist.
Yeah, because we've already reacted to that one. But they had the equipment, and the Korean
government
Coast Guard. And apparently there are several different Coast Guards. Oh, not just the Navy. You're right, Nashith. Like, let's specify. It was the Marines. Which is
yeah, my bad.
Cream of the crop of the U.S. Navy. It was Marines.
Yeah, the ones that are like big on ocean rescue.
Yeah, that is kind of their thing.
Yeah.
Okay? So, like, these would have been, and like, the Coast Guard was like, nah, it's cool. We're good. And the ship's like, you sure? And they're like, yeah, just go.
So that's a summary of that one.
Like, yeah. So they go watch that episode.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. It had enough people for each person to get multiple Marines to help. You are absolutely right, Nashith. That's the thing that just boggles my mind the most still, and now I'm already getting enraged. Okay, let's get mad at these particular political
That
figures.
was a different president, too, because she stepped down at the end of that.
was
So this is a whole new president.
This is a whole new president. Let's get mad at this one.
Tried to downplay the severity of the event. I mean, it was so gross. So a lot of people with that trauma lingering in literally every Korean's minds, a lot of people are like, wait a minute, the government should be the one responsible. Everyone pays taxes in Korea. That's what the police are supposed to do. I mean, it's like that in the US. If there's a big concert in the area, if there's a big game, police have meetings about it. There's a protocol, there's a coordinated strategy. Like these are the departments that are responsible for making sure that everyone is safe, even if it's not like a police event. Like you have a big concert, police are going to be involved. And it's not just like,
that's like what we were talking about earlier, but you weren't here for that, Nashith. But we were talking about, we were Ubering downtown, and there's a huge sports arena in our downtown, they also do concerts. And we were trying to deliver to an apartment complex that is just like a street or two over, and we couldn't get to it because there were cops directing all the cars. They had certain streets shut down, or they were only going one way to do crowd control to get the people who came to the concert out. Monty had to stop like a little ways away because we could not get to the apartment complex at all. She had to stop with her flashers going, and I had to walk to go deliver the food.
Yep.
But the police were doing what police are supposed to do. They were doing the crowd control. They were directing traffic. They were getting everyone out of this arena, you know. And this was just a concert. This was just people leaving a concert.
Yep.
And, you know, they're directing the traffic, getting the cars out, making sure everything runs smooth. Because that's what our tax dollars pay them to do.
Well, hello there. Did you wake up? You so cute. Hi, baby.
Anyway, I digress. The Sheath also says the president didn't step down; she was forced down.
I don't remember what I said. If I said she stepped down,
forced. Oh,
but
you said she stepped down.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. She
down.
was definitely forced down.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
And it's not just like this.
Yeah.
What?
Cops supposed to be directing traffic.
Yes.
Secretly planned event. Someone said, I mean, everyone knew what was going to happen in Itaewon. Like, people were going to party. Someone said the government is responsible for such organized events.
Yes.
They should have planned ahead. They should have sent out enough police.
Yes.
They should have evacuated people accordingly. They should have controlled the crowds. I mean, even the signs were so clear. Like, even as the night progressed, you didn't have to be in Itaewon to know that it was getting overcrowded. Even the subway stations were jam-packed. Everyone was swarming to Itaewon Station, and basically they would all travel to that tight alleyway to get to their destinations. The government response was just really bad. The Korean Premier Minister Han Duck-soo was doing an international press conference about the incident, and due to technical issues, he couldn't hear the translator properly.
Why are you smiling? Why are you smiling? It's a very sad, horrible thing. Why is he smiling?
That might have just been a picture from another time, but maybe he's just talking. Well, he said he couldn't hear the translator properly, so maybe something got mistranslated and he thought it was funny.
Yeah, sure. 159 people dying. Funny. That's sarcasm, guys. Do not cut that out. Okay.
Like, asking a question. So he smiles and he said, who's responsible for me not hearing the interpreter? It's just really distasteful. Like, his attitude, his energy, it was very...
That is distasteful. That was tone deaf.
Oh. Gross. That was gross.
I can't believe what I just heard. Like, is he being sarcastic? I can't believe what I just heard. Like, this is crazy. Is this...
Okay, stop that. Bad, Stephanie.
Is this a time or place to be cracking these cute little jokes? Like, how can you even smile and laugh in this situation? The next day, he apologized.
Oh, Nishi says, I found the musician. It was Ed Sheeran. He was on a very popular street that usually prohibits cars. Cops forbidden his performance because it wasn't planned, and he is big enough for it to be a concern.
That makes sense.
That makes total sense. Ed Sheeran is exceedingly popular, yes.
Yes, he is.
Interesting thing. But I have actually seen Ed Sheeran. He went that way.
He apologized. But it gets worse.
Sorry.
I actually saw Ed Sheeran. We were at LAX because we were on our way to Hawaii, and he walked that way.
Nice.
Yeah. So That was pretty cool. That's it.
Okay.
Do you remember the 16-year-old high schooler in the beginning of the episode who took his own life? His friends in the deadly.
Oh my god.
I am seeing like lightning and stuff.
Yeah, it might be an
It's
internet
just really
thing.
distasteful. Like his attitude, his energy, it was very, what are you doing? A lot of
It was
netizens
tone
wrote,
deaf.
I can't believe what I just heard. Like, is he being sarcastic right now? Like, this is crazy. Is this a time or place to be cracking these cute little jokes? Like, how can you even smile and laugh in this situation? The next day, he apologized.
That's what I said, Stephanie.
But it gets worse. Do you remember the 16-year-old high schooler in the beginning of the episode who took his own life because he lost his friends in the deadly tragedy?
Mhm.
Yes.
Well, the premier minister basically told the press that that victim should have been more committed to getting mental health treatment. He said the basic preventive...
Oh my god, hang on a second. You literally said at the beginning that he was going to therapy.
He was going to therapy. Stephanie said so, and she would not lie to us. His parents were doing the best that they could.
And, survivor's guilt. And also, he was 16. And those were, like, the only, like, 2 friends he really had. Because he was kind of like a shy kid. Is what she was saying in the beginning. And, like, he just went through this wholly traumatic thing where he probably watched his best friends die. And he survived. And he's going to therapy, but, like, still.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a lot. And that's just blaming a victim.
We're victim blaming now, basically.
Mm-hmm. We're victim blaming. Oh, well, maybe those people shouldn't have been there that night, you know? Maybe they shouldn't have been celebrating Halloween. You know, like, they're, like, in their 20s. Like, they're in their 20s, their 30s. They're, like, why are they even out celebrating
They're high
Halloween
schoolers.
anyway? Well, this one was a high schooler, but some of them are, like, in their 20s or 30s.
And some of them were high schoolers.
And some of them were high schoolers. It's like... Well, I was saying, like, the older ones. Like, you know, they're too old to be doing that. They shouldn't have been there anyway, because I'm, like, blaming the victims as a whole.
Uh-huh.
So it's like, you shouldn't have been there anyway. Like, Halloween is a little kid holiday. Why are you even out here?
Ugh.
You know? That's kind of the same, like, tone.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah, like, oh, he should have been committed to getting mental health treatment. He was. But you know what? Trauma sucks.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding.
And, like, something like that, I can't even imagine.
And how can you go and say, oh, he should have been committed to getting more health care? You should have been committed to, I don't know, security at the event.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, this is getting me heated.
Basic preventative measure that the government can take is this. But the victims themselves need to want to...
What?
Let's see what else this douche said.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Apparently you were not there when I pressed play. Cool.
I'm not.
Like asking a question. So he smiles and he said, who's responsible for me not hearing the interpreter? It's just tasteful. Like his attitude, his energy, it was very, what are you doing? A lot of netizens wrote, I can't believe what I just heard. Like, is he being sarcastic right now? Like, this is crazy. Is this a time or place to be cracking these cute little jokes? Like, how can you even smile and laugh in this situation? The next day, he apologized. But it gets worse. His own old high schooler in the beginning of the episode who took his own life because he lost his friends in the deadly tragedy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the premier minister basically told the press that that victim should have been more committed to getting mental health treatment. He said the basic preventative measure that the government can take is this. But the victims themselves need to want to receive treatment. They need to be persistent. Only then can the government support them.
You can be in therapy for literal years. You can take antidepressants. You can take mood stabilizers, whatever you need to take for whatever.
And sometimes unalive themselves.
Yeah, you're right. And they can still off with themselves.
Yes. They can still unalive themselves, even with the best therapy. Sometimes it's chemical. Sometimes it's like, they can't help it because it's chemical in their brain that, there's a scientific reason for it. Sometimes it's trauma, and you can't just get over trauma, no matter how persistent you are in it. And also noted, I think he unalived himself like 40 days after the event.
Yeah, because it was
that was like less than 2 months after the event, and he's like, oh, well, he didn't do good enough. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Like I'm not gonna judge someone for losing that fight because they could fight for years and years. This kid went through an absolute nightmare, and he did not know how to deal with it. He did not know how to cope.
Yeah. Regardless of like it being a kid, an adult, even his age, wouldn't know how to cope.
Didn't some of the like people who were on the ferry, I vaguely think I remember one of the like
some of them also,
they couldn't live with what they saw.
Yeah,
some of the like divers.
There was a teacher also, I believe.
There was a teacher. Okay,
yeah.
But they couldn't live with it. Like survivor guilt is seriously a thing.
Yeah.
And like, how do you? Because I don't know. Because thankfully, I have never been in that position. But like, I can imagine myself in that position of being like, you go out with just a car accident, okay? Like, you're going out with your friends and y'all get in a car accident and you are the only one who survives.
That's heartbreaking. And you have to cope and live with that, along with the trauma physically and mentally, because like that's long-lasting medical issues that you might have as well.
Yeah, and we don't know what other like medical issues this kid might have had, because there were people with broken bones. There was that one woman who's literally her leg was in necrosis. And it's still recovering from that.
Basically, it's tone deaf. Whatever he's saying is tone deaf.
Yes. Ugh. Okay, you can press play.
Okay. Oh.
Government support them.
In theory.
Yeah, well, you can just see how that went over. And finally, with enough pressure, the South Korean government decided to list the high schooler as a victim of the Itaewon tragedy.
Oh, good.
The government originally did not want to add the 16-year-old who committed suicide into the death toll. The government didn't know, because it gets super technical, but the families of the victims could be able to receive some government assistance when it comes to mental health help and funeral costs.
Heaven
so I think
forbid.
for the parents, they wanted him to be listed as a victim of the tragedy, not for the money, but because he was. This is why he died. If that incident didn't have happened, he wouldn't have taken his life. It's pretty straightforward.
No,
so yes, he is a victim of the Itaewon tragedy.
100%.
But you can see how the government had incentive to not have him listed. They didn't want to raise the death toll. They most likely didn't want to acknowledge the level of trauma that the incident would cause to the survivors, to everyone. So after the government's response, the president also said his condolences, but it was just very... And again, this has nothing to do with like political parties or who the president is or what he stands for, but I just think in any situation like this, It's just a situation like this. It was very PR. So after the government response, parents of the victims, they weren't happy. One of them said, this is a PR response. They should show us that they're working hard to prevent things like this from ever happening again. Like, we need to know what's being implemented so it doesn't take place.
Good point.
Another victim's mother was so angry, she tore up the condolence wreaths that were gifted to her by the president and the mayor of Seoul. She said, the government failed to protect the children. Flowers are useless. Do you remember Yejin?
No.
She dressed up as Princess Jasmine in the beginning of the story. Her dad visits her every day.
Oh.
She was his only child. She was his whole life. And he said in another interview, children who lose their parents are orphans. But there is no word for parents who lose their children. But I think I found one. Sinner. I feel so guilty for losing her. And he's mad. He's angry. He said the government is trying to give them money for funeral costs, which the funeral costs were said to have been about $11,000 a victim, and medical attention, medical help, I think $7,000 in medical help for the survivors. And he said, we can live without the money. We can't live without our daughter. This is not the way to help us right now. This is not how you help the grieving parents and families. They're not taking accountability. They're just all shifting the blame to everybody else. And as a parent, it fuels me with rage. He said, if we get a proper apology and see those responsible punished, it would reduce my anger maybe 1/10 of 1,000th, but at least a little bit.
Oh, I don't want to see. That poor man.
알라딘에 나오는 자스민 공주 옷을 빼왔더라고요. 그걸 입고서 내 앞에서 패션쇼를 하면서 다 큰 지지가이가 패션쇼 하면서 아빠 나 이쁘지 이쁘지 하면서 아니 깨방정을 떨었는데 자기네 잘못을
so pretty.
Wasn't she? She just seems like she was such a beautiful soul.
She does. That is just so heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, the whole thing is heartbreaking, but like
she just dressed up to go to a party and have a good time. That was it. They all just were living their lives, having a good time, going to a party, dressing up, you know.
Was she the one? Was she the one who gave him?
I have no idea. I think that was another lady.
Okay, but there was one earlier, Nishith, that was mentioned that was she died, but her father a few years before that had been diagnosed with leukemia, and she had been a match, and she saved his life, and she said, you have to live another 70 years so that when I'm like in my 90s you can make me seaweed soup because I only like your seaweed soup. And then like the dad is like, you broke a promise, you're not here, or something like that.
Yeah, it's sad.
Yeah. And then like you have this one where she just dressed up and just to go out. It's just really sad.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can continue.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah, I'm okay.
인정하기는커녕 다른 사람한테 책임을 전가하고 책임을 회피하고 이런 작태를 보면 분노가 치밀어 올라요.
All the families want is a government apology, an honest investigation into how things happened.
Which
Many
is
of the parents
fair.
agree that this is murder. Murder by lack of organization, murder by omission. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, they anticipated many people were going to be there for Halloween. They had a meeting. The government had a meeting about how it was estimated that 100,000 people were going to gather in Itaewon.
What? They had a meeting and still did nothing? What was that meeting like? Did they just like twiddle their thumbs? What happened?
Oh yeah. There's going to be like a huge amount of people, like 100,000 people are going to be in Itaewon. Do you think that we should maybe have a police presence, to like kind of like make sure that like we have
Nah.
crowd control? You know what? No, 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 no. The businesses, because they were blaming it on the businesses.
They'll
They
manage
didn't
it.
want police. Yeah, they didn't want a police presence. Oh. Well, that seems really stupid. You would think that they would. Oh, besides, there's that protest earlier in the day, and we need them to be there. Um, and you know what? No, I think it'll be fine. I mean, how bad can 100,000 people in a few blocks be anyway? And I mean, like, really? We have like that one station, and like, I'm sure it'll be fine. It's not like there will be any bottlenecking or anything.
None whatsoever.
She says that meeting had them eating ramen and making small talk.
Yeah, from the Sewall Ferry tragedy where they just ate ramen.
You know what? That's probably how.
Maybe that's how all their meetings go,
Yeah. They have ramen. It's like, no, this is perfectly fine. Oh, the ramen's here. What were we talking about? I don't know, but I'm sure it's fine.
And they didn't prepare for it? A parent shook their head and said, I don't understand that.
I know, I don't either.
I just don't get it. Many of the parents were also saddened by the public reaction. One said, did the kids all go to heaven simply because they went out to have a good time? I don't think that's right. Because a lot of people make it seem like these kids wanted to have fun, so they had to pay the price. But that's not what happened here. Another person weighed in. The government always talks about how they...
I'm sorry? Are we not allowed to have fun?
No. We're not allowed to go out and have a good time and get dressed up and go to a party. That's just simply not allowed. Sarcasm
Heaven
again, guys.
Forbid. Heaven forbid. How dare they go out and want to have fun on a holiday? How dare them get dressed in costumes
and want to celebrate?
Go want to celebrate and want to eat candy and drink a little bit. Oh yeah. Fun is definitely the hugest sin of all. Sarcasm.
Talks about how they can't prevent an accident like this from happening, but now they need to come up with practical measures to make sure it never happens again. The parents are angry, and I think
Obviously,
another good place for that anger is with the police and the police chief of the Yongsan department.
Yeah, where has he been this whole time?
What the hell is going on with the police?
Okay, because Nashith, you weren't here from the beginning, but between 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock, dozens of people were making calls to the police saying, hey, people are already falling down, and I think a few people have already gotten hurt, and like it's getting really bad down here. There's a lot of crowds. This alley is getting really dangerous. One woman had her crossbody bag be literally the crowd was so tight it snapped. It like ripped off her like the strap of her bag, and it like broke, and like she went in there to be like, hey, this is really dangerous, and also I want to report my bag missing. And they're like, oh, that is really too bad. Well, you know what, if somebody turns your bag into lost and found, we'll be sure to let you know.
Again, that was at 7 o'clock.
Yes, that was at 7 o'clock. So
and this happened at 10. They had 3 hours.
And after 9 o'clock, so between 6 and 9, police were sent out 4 separate times, and they all looked around and goes, yeah, everything's good here. But after 9 o'clock, no more cops were sent. But they are still receiving calls, but they didn't send anybody else out. And then the tragedy, the whole surge thing happened at 10, as Monty just said.
Yep.
So,
Alrighty.
Yeah.
That the police initially planned for 200 police officers for Halloween.
No. Don't start with me. Stephanie, behave yourself.
For Halloween. But that night, only 137 officers were on duty in the area, which even 200 doesn't sound like a lot because the words Halloween in Itaewon were trending on so many different social media platforms. YouTubers, streamers, they were all telling their viewers that they were going to be in.
So, 137 cops for 100,000 people.
We didn't have any other security, like, company we could call for help. Like, you know, they're in a convention, and I know we keep going back to conventions, but that's just what I have to go on.
It's comparable.
Yeah.
Because the
big
convention that we worked for, we were a smaller convention, but it was like 30 to 50,000 people.
Yeah, you have con security, which does, I mean, that's not police security. You have con security. And then you have police security when you call the police because something is, you need them.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me that they had a meeting and said, we do not have enough police to handle 100,000 people coming to the city, and not one of them went, we should get outside help with, another security company that we could hire, a couple of security companies that we could hire to help out that day.
Hell, let's recruit the crossing guards.
Yeah.
They direct traffic. Anything.
Go to your local airport.
Yeah, let's get some air traffic controllers out there with their little lights. Beep, beep, this way.
Like,
anything.
Would have been better than nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And we're being really ridiculous with the air traffic controllers. But I mean, come on. It's less ridiculous.
So was the crosswalk, but you get what I mean.
Yeah.
You went out. I can't hear you. You went out. Hold up. I'm gonna scream at her.
I don't know why you can't hear me. I don't know why!
Don't scream, Missy. Oh my god.
You said you couldn't hear me.
I know, but you came in at the I don't know why.
Oh. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what happened, but she says, after such a tragedy, the government officials should not have any security. If they are afraid of people, they should do something to quell that anger.
Yes, exactly. Okay. Alrighty. And for the record, I muted the mic before I screamed at you in the other room.
Well, to be fair, I didn't think you could hear me, so I didn't think they could hear me.
Okay, I'm gonna press play.
That they were gonna be in Itaewon. A lot of people were drawing attention to Itaewon's Halloween.
Press play?
I already did. Okay, I'll go back.
Viewers that they were gonna be in Itaewon. To heaven simply because they were drawing attention to Itaewon. I don't think that's right. Because a lot of people make it seem like these kids wanted to have fun, so they had to pay the price. But that's not what happened here. Another person weighed in. They can't prevent an accident like this from happening, but now they need to come up with practical measures to make sure it never happens again. The parents are angry, and I think another good place for that anger is with the police and the police chief of the Yongsan department, because what the hell is going on with the police? It said that the police initially planned for 200 police officers to be at Itaewon for Halloween, but that night only 137 officers were on duty in the area, which even 200...
Two of which were the cops who were on patrol.
Yep.
That were trying so desperately to do crowd control.
That just happened across it.
Yeah, they happened across that. They were just on patrol in Itaewon. That's not right. Itaewon. They just happened to be on patrol in Itaewon and were trying to do crowd control, but like they weren't being heard over the music and everything else. But like even still, 137 officers for 100,000 people.
Yeah.
That is insane.
Sound like a lot because the words Halloween and Itaewon were trending on so many different social media platforms. YouTubers, streamers, they were all telling their viewers that they were going to be in Itaewon. A lot of people were drawing attention to Itaewon's Halloween festivities. It wasn't like this, oh my god, I'm so shocked so many people showed up. There were so many phone calls made to the police alerting them of the dangerous situation unfolding. It said that from 6 to 8 p.m., 28 reports were made about the overcrowding situation.
That's a lot of reports.
From 8 to 10 p.m., 51 reports were made. And right before the accident,
79 so far reports total.
Dozens of calls. So 12.
I just did the math. 79 total.
79. I was just trying to divide that by 12, but it doesn't matter. 79 calls.
Total.
And they only sent out cops 4 times.
Right. That's like 8 cops.
And at least one person.
Yeah.
At least one person went to the police station and was like, yo.
Yep.
This is a thing that's happening, and also I lost my purse. Because the crowds are so bad that it literally ripped it off my body.
Yep.
Another 79 reports were made.
Thank you. I did the math too, Stephanie.
And during all these reports that came before the incident, this is not even including during the incident when people were collapsing. Only 4 police officers were actually dispatched to the scene. And I don't know if they did anything. Like, maybe they told their superiors that something bad was happening and the superiors didn't care. I don't know. Maybe they didn't think anything was happening. And the first reports came in 4 hours before the actual tragedy. One survivor said, "It would have been nice if there were policemen trying to maintain order, but there was not a single police officer in the beginning that I saw. And once the accident happened, it was hard for them to enter the scene and help." So after the tragedy, there was an investigation into the police, and an official said, "Oh, those reports coming in? They were just general reports about inconveniences that
Inconveniences.
I can't breathe. I feel like I'm being trapped. I feel like this is a dangerous situation. 29 reports stating the same thing, and it's just a inconvenience?
Yep. Oh, I lost my purse.
What?
My purse was I was being so squished that my purse was literally ripped off my body by the pure stress of all of these other bodies pressing against mine, that my strap ripped and fell off of me.
Wow.
I can't breathe, as you said.
Yeah.
I'm just clinging to the purse thing because it is seriously the least tragic thing.
Yes. And also goes to show the force for which her purse was ripped off of her body.
Because I have a crossbody style purse, and let me tell you, it's pretty solid.
Yeah.
You know, and like, it's pretty solid. It would take a lot to like rip that apart.
She probably went home with bruises.
Probably. Yeah.
Okay.
Had. So, police chief of the Yongsan Police Department, Lee Im-jae, he was investigated. And wow. Okay,
Please
so the day of the incident, when the reports of the dangerous conditions were coming in, the police chief decides that he's going to end up going back to the police station. But instead of walking there, which would have been a 10-minute walk, he decides he's going to drive to the police station. And it would take him nearly an hour to drive to the police station in critical moments because he didn't want to walk. Then when he gets to the station, he goes up onto the rooftop to check it out. He's thinking that maybe he can see the alleyway from the police station rooftop. But imagine, people are in danger and you're like, let me walk up to the roof to see what's going on. Additionally, he tried to hide what his schedule was like the day of the incident, but reporters were able to piece it together. And also, side note, the president of South Korea called this man personally and he didn't pick up.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The president is calling you, and he's like, nah, I can't be bothered to answer that. Oh, no, I don't answer numbers I don't know. Oh, wait, I should know that one. It's the president!
You know, at least he's consistent.
Yeah, consistently bad at his job.
Yes, consistently bad.
Because, wait, aren't you supposed to be having 700 of your officers protecting the same president?
Right. Maybe he was just fed up with the president at that point.
You know, the chief says at least this president isn't hiding in his room.
Also true.
But, it's a 10-minute walk, and you're gonna drive for an hour? Just walk.
People are calling. They're asking for help, and you are driving for an hour instead of taking an 11-minute walk. There are radios. You could call in backup. You could dispatch. Like, you sent in 4 officers at 4 different times, and I can guarantee that somebody came back and was like, hey, yo, this is really actually a really dangerous situation, and nobody thought to take the radio and go, hey, we need every hand on deck for this one.
Right? And then he's like, oh, let me go look at the roof. Well, I don't really see anything. It's giving me Titanic.
Right. A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, they were getting the iceberg warnings all throughout that day.
Yeah.
And they were like, it's fine. And, then they're like, speed her up. And then when...
How many times did Titanic come up in the ferry tragedy, and now we're bringing it up again?
So many.
Like, I literally made a whole video, like a bonus video of Titanic.
A lot.
Sorry.
Okay, Noodle. Good night, Noodle Man.
Okay, continue. I didn't mean to interrupt, but...
Oh, that's right. I was just saying good night to Noodle Man.
Oh, you were in the middle of a sentence, and I...
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll start over. Okay, so it reminds me of Titanic because, they had so many iceberg warnings from all throughout the day to the point that they basically screamed at the Californian, knock it off, more or less. And then the Californian kind of got a little persnickety. And then later on, they're sending out, distress signals, CQD, and then they started sending out the new one, SOS. And the Californian basically turned off their headset and was like, I'm going to bed. Never mind. Yes, the Californian was a much smaller ship. However, it was super close. It was like within 10 miles.
And it could have helped.
Could have gotten there.
Yeah.
They could have helped. But they even were like shooting off flares. But the flares were the wrong color. They were like white flares. And so they were like, what are they doing? Shooting fireworks or something over there? And so they didn't do anything. But
somebody else will do something. I'm not doing anything.
Yeah. But then the Carpathian is like, they went faster than they'd ever been before. They were pushing that ship beyond maximum to get there in 4 hours. But I mean, they were, but the Titanic, in some ways, it's both the tragedy and the police because they ignored the iceberg warnings, decided to go faster because they had incompetent people. Not necessarily the captain. He was doing his best, but his May, ordering the last boilers lit so they can get there faster. And so incompetencies, yes, all tragedies lead to Titanic, Nishi.
You guys just thought we weren't going to bring it up this time.
Yeah, but so you had all of that happen, and then they're calling for help, and the help's nah. And then not recognizing the new distress signal, not recognizing the flares. I mean, you would think any flare would be cause of why are they doing that? That doesn't look like a normal. There's a difference between a flare and a firework.
Yes.
Anyway, I digress.
Okay.
This guy literally is ignoring a call from the president of his country.
That's wild.
That is beyond wild.
Yeah. That's my word for this week is wild. Everything is just wild. Okay, I'm gonna press play.
So let me walk you through that day that he really didn't want you to know about.
Okay, please tell me.
He claimed he arrived at the scene at 10:17 p.m. and he took charge immediately in saving lives.
Nope,
but instead, what really happened was
on the screen.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Came in 4 hours before the actual tragedy. Once the actual tragedy, it would have been nice if there were policemen trying to maintain order, but there was not a single police officer in the beginning that I saw. And once the accident investigation in them to enter the scene and help. So after the tragedy, there was an investigation into the police, and an official said, "Oh, those reports coming in? They were just general reports about inconveniences that residents had."
Inconveniences.
So police chief of the Youngstown Police Department, E. he was investigated. And wow. Okay, so the day of the incident, when the reports of the dangerous conditions were coming in, the police chief decides that he's going to end up going back to the police station. But instead of walking there, which would have been a 10-minute walk, the police decides he's going to drive to the because he didn't want really an hour to drive to the police station in critical rooftop. He didn't want to walk. Then when he thinks the station, he goes up onto the rooftop to check it out. People are in, maybe he can see the alleyway from the police station rooftop, but imagine, people are in danger. He tried to hide. He walk up to the roof to see what's going on. Additionally, he tried to hide what his schedule was like the day of the incident, but reporters were able to piece it together. And also, side note, the president of South Korea called this man personally and he didn't pick up. So let me walk you through that day that he really didn't want you to know about.
Yes, please tell me.
He claimed he arrived at the scene at 10:17 p.m. and he took charge immediately in saving lives. But instead, what really happened was he was overseeing a rally, a protest that was happening near the president's office in Yongsan. That ended around 8:30 p.m. He went to a local restaurant nearby for dinner with other officers at 9:24 p.m.
He was eating ramen.
The first really bad reports about the crowd situation. So other subordinates at the police station disregarded all the other prior phone calls. At 9:30, they were like, maybe we should tell the chief.
Wow.
So he gets to the restaurant 9:24.
I'm sorry. Okay, the police chief doing whatever police chief is doing aside. The other superiors were like, nah, this is fine.
We don't need to tell him.
Disregarded 79 calls.
Yeah. Yeah.
At 9, he would do.
He continues his dinner.
He continues his dinner. He ate seolleongtang leisurely for about 20 minutes. He goes to his car at 9:47 p.m. and he drives to the police station to respond to this. Now, this is what's insane. From that seolleongtang restaurant to the police station would take him 10 minutes to walk. He chose to sit in traffic for an hour because he wanted to drive. He got to the police station at 10:55 p.m. It took him an hour to go half a mile. It could have been a 10-minute walk. And then he's seen on CCTV walking from his car to the police station. And if you see him walking, he has his hands behind his back as if he's leisurely strolling around while people are dying.
Wow.
Is he not behind bars?
Oh, he is now, yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's his urgency level.
Oh, good. Oh, good. He's been apparently held accountable for
and
stuff,
arrested.
So
yeah.
I've been arrested.
Wow.
So somebody did get a thing. And Nishith goes, it's interesting how nothing seems to have changed since the Sewell ferry disaster.
Like, if a building is on fire and people are dying and it's urgent and you just be walking around like, la 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 la, this building is not on fire. I'm having a grand old time. That's what the energy is giving.
So, interesting historical fact.
Oh my God.
Back in early America, like this is like the late 1800s. There were like the fire departments were not like centralized, but they were like an individual entity of itself, and they would be like rival fire departments.
Ooh.
And they would like fight over putting out the fire, and some of them would
it was a fire department fight club. I'm here for it.
They would like fight over putting out the fire, and then like some of them would even like rough up the people who were like in the building, like, hey, give me your money. But like the fire, and like bear in mind, these are like more like wooden structures.
Yeah.
So like this is like kind of more dangerous. Not that a fire is not dangerous, but I mean, like, yeah, they basically, yeah, it was wild and out there. And so like, yeah, you know how they in the Sewell ferry tragedy, they had multiple Coast Guards, and nobody knew what to do. Yeah, we used to have multiple like the fire department. It was like fire station number 4 versus fire station number 12,
Fight.
and like they're rivals, and like they're
round
fight
1
over who is gonna put out this fire. And they're gonna fight each other over it.
Why did we change? That's amazing.
And people are dying.
You know, add a little competition.
Oh, the Sheath goes, there's a Tom Scott video about this thing. I don't remember details, but there's an urban myth mixed, but there's a lot of urban myth mixed with the facts. Now, I'm not, you know, some of that did happen. I might be getting some stuff mixed up, but like, still, that's insane.
Yes. Alrighty.
All right, press and play.
Emergency level. He gets to the police station, goes to the roof to check out the situation. Later, he tried to lie to Parliament and said that he requested additional safety task forces for Halloween, but he was rejected twice. He said he requested, they kept saying no, so he had to make do with the amount of officers that he had. This was a complete lie. He never requested extra security forces.
Okay, good to know.
Actually, a police officer for the Yongsan Police Department reported that he told superiors that they need to look into crowd safety and deploy officers for Halloween weekend.
Which is your
but his
job.
Superiors told him, and I quote, focus on the large-scale rally near the president's office that night instead. And just to expand on that, at the time, 1,100 police officers were near the presidential office in Yongsan.
Wow.
And the same day,
1,100 police officers. How many police officers does a police officer need when it has to do with a protest? How many people showed up to this protest? Surely the numbers for the thousands of people that were at the alleyway And the only 200 officers that were there, they could have offered a few more officers.
No, they were more concerned about these peaceful protests.
4,700 highly trained crowd control officers were near the president's office. They
Wow.
were tasked by the administration to monitor anti-government protesters. None of them were sent to Itaewon.
Not one.
So it left only 137 officers for Itaewon, and only 137 of them, that's literally nothing. No officers, out of the 137, no officer was in charge of maintaining security and safety. Like, there was no game plan, there was no thought out strategy. These 137 officers didn't even seem to be working in unison to make sure everyone stayed safe. In fact, these officers were told their main focus for the night should be on cracking down on drug usage in Itaewon. Police Chief Im Jae was arrested December 23rd.
It should have been on people's safety because you have an event.
Oh yeah, gotta look out for them dangerous drugs.
No. You gotta look out for safety and crowd control.
2022, so not too long ago. He's still being investigated. 2 other officers were immediately arrested because allegedly they told their subordinates to destroy internal reports about the phone calls that were being made to warn the police about the crowds.
But
oh, hello, hi.
Hey, Sager, how you doing? Welcome to the stream.
And yes, drugs bad.
And as of January 13th of this year, there have been 23 people that were indicted. Half of them are police officers. Most of them are accused of contributing to the death toll through negligence or even trying to destroy official documents that might include criminal evidence. Out of that group, the highest ranking official so far is the chief of the Seoul Metropolitan Police.
Okay.
So Yeomje is just the Yongsan, the province, but the actual Seoul, as well.
Oh, you went back on me. Okay. Hold up. Rude.
Nishith goes, what does she mean? They had a very advanced
official documents
strategy.
that might...
sorry.
There's still a lot of questions, though. Like...
Stop that.
Okay, Nishith goes, what does she mean? They had a very advanced ancient strategy. It's called the ostrich move, which involves burying your head in the sand and ignoring all reports.
Oh my gosh. It's wild.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why wasn't the subway blocked? That's a huge point of contention. So normally the Korean government will block the subway stations, and typically it's done through the police. The police will tell the metro department to skip a station during big events. So Itaewon was becoming overly crowded, so the first thing that they should do is make sure nobody stops at Itaewon anymore.
That makes sense.
It just bypasses Itaewon, right?
That makes
you would
sense.
think that's the next step. But the subway station wasn't blocked, which we know is super important because of the location of the Itaewon station with the alleyway and how the tragedy unfolded. So why wasn't it closed? There are 2 sides to this, the police's side and the transportation side. Completely different government departments. The police said, oh yeah, we asked the Itaewon station to stop. Like, we asked for this station to be skipped to help disperse the crowd when things started amping up. We even asked if the subways could give people free tickets. The subways could give...
Oh my gosh. Why are you going back on me? Stop that. Why are you doing this?
There's a lovely lightning show going on. Maybe it's
yeah, probably.
Really help them out, right? So we could control the crowds better. But our requests were denied twice. The Metro department came out and is like, no, that's not how it happened. That's not true at all. The police were only asking us, how do we make requests for free stops for people? Like free exits for people? It was like a nonchalant question, so we answered it with our usual response of like, this is the official format on how to do it. They weren't even telling them like, this is an emergency. The Metro said that they can't control it on their own, even if passengers were like, you need to like skip this stop. They can't do it because it takes a lot of civilian guidance and movement. So the police need to be at the station guiding people on what to do. Like the train can't just be like, anyway, we're deciding to skip.
Well, also, I mean, doesn't that all have to be like planned? I'm not at all smart when it comes to like trains and transportation, but in my mind, skipping it would cause like a time shift. And so wouldn't that all have to be like planned out? Like, you know, instead of spending 2 minutes stopped here at this station, now you're 2 minutes ahead of schedule. And doesn't that change how like you interact with other stations and other trains?
Maybe, but they may also not even be able to like stop the train from stopping there, but what they would need is a police presence.
Yeah.
Like the conductor, like they can make an announcement, hey, this stop is closed, we're not getting off here.
Well, I
Doors will
imagine
open, but like they still need police to be blocking people from being able to go into or out of that station.
Okay, well, I imagine that they would be able to continue moving manually, like, because each person has like a driver. They have a driver, you know?
Nishith goes, time shift isn't an issue because the train can slow down or speed up or can smear the delay over the route. And Sager goes, yeah, just go 60 instead of 80.
Oh, okay.
So, like, they could adjust for the time delay.
Yeah, but in my mind, wouldn't that have to be planned, you know?
Probably.
Yeah.
But, I mean, in an emergency situation, I still imagine that the police could go, hey, we're having a thing here. We cannot have any more people coming in. You're going to have to route them to the next station, and they can hoof it this way.
That would require the police to be able to make any kind of decisions.
Yes, which ideally, this is what would have happened.
Yes.
Ideally. Like they started getting those calls in at like 6 and maybe by 7 or even 8. They're like, well, you know, we're getting a lot of calls. And like, I think we need to like shut down the station and like stop having like, because this alleyway is becoming a problem.
And the fact that that could have been solved with a phone call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like even by 8 o'clock, if they had been like, hey, you know, we need to shut down this station and like we need to send a few cops down there and like not let people be like coming off of this train, it probably would have prevented at least as many deaths if the thing still happened at all.
Yeah.
It would have, you know.
Yeah, and it would have just been a phone call. Hey, yo, I need you to like do this and, you know, shut down the station. And then they send out a couple of police officers at 7 when they got the first phone call.
I was being generous by saying 8.
I know.
You know, but no, 7 would have been even better. But I was being like generous.
Yeah.
Being like by 8 o'clock, you know, by then they have received like 50 something calls, we'll say.
Yeah.
And like, you know, they're like, okay, this is a real problem. So we need to like shut down the station and then it will like reroute it. And then, you know, yeah. No, you're right. They should have just make a group app.
They should all just be in a group chat and texting each other.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna.
I feel like that could have been an email.
Right? Oh wait, it was, but they just didn't communicate
nobody well, you know, the police chief wouldn't even answer his phone for the president. So you think he's gonna do that?
He's not gonna answer it for the metro.
So yeah. This whole thing is ridiculous.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna press play because we've got 3 minutes left.
Then it's gonna cause like a surge somewhere else. Like it's a whole thing. Side note, another arrest was made. The chief of the fire department was investigated. His name is Cha Sung-bom. The police stated, okay.
Oh,
they stated that the chief of the fire department, Choi, did not respond properly to the scene. which is rich coming from them.
Excuse
but I guess
you.
coming from them.
Excuse you.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
You didn't respond properly.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And, like, I'm sorry. By then, there are people shoved in that alleyway like a bunch of sardines. 158 people have been crushed to death.
Yes.
And they're blaming the fire chief for not responding properly. They couldn't even get... They had to work to get the people out, to get to the people. Like, you, Mr. Police Chief, I'm not even gonna get there until like 10:45.
Right.
45 minutes after this tragedy started, when it could have been a 10-minute walk.
Right.
Less if you ran.
Less if he ran.
Because, like, wow.
My man could have taken a bike.
You know what? Sir, madam, I am gonna need your bicycle. I'm confiscating this. It is an emergency. You can pick it up at the police station.
Right? Oh my gosh. Okay.
I guess there was maybe some valid criticism. So the first ambulance at the scene was actually sent from a different province. So they're like, explain yourself. That's what the police are saying. But nobody liked this take.
No,
like, not
clearly.
The netizens, like really nobody. So Fire Chief Choi was there at the site. He was the control tower. He was guiding police officers, the firefighters. He was managing the chaos to the best of his ability. And I'm sure there is a lot of critique out there about maybe it wasn't the best managed, but he did seem to try. The police claim that the incident was further escalated because the fire chief's poor management of the disaster. It just really seems like they're trying to point fingers, if I'm being honest with you.
You chose to...
Even the
prosecutors... Okay, if you stop. You chose to drive an hour in the middle of an emergency. I don't think you get to say crap about the fire chief's management skills.
At least he was managing something. And by then, the disaster had already happened. There was chaos because you have 300 plus people in that alley, and you have 100,000 people in total in this area.
Yeah, there's a lot of people.
Get the area cleared out, and you only have 30 ambulances there. And you have, like, this one guy who's, like, trying.
And I guarantee you, none of the ambulances are from the are from the police department. How many police officers with police cruisers were there? I don't even know if they have police cruisers. But, like, how many? How many showed up? You know what I mean? Like, compared to the 30 ambulances that were there. And yes, I know I say ambulance wrong. Please do not come for me.
It's just some people in her family say it that way, and then other people in her family make fun of the people in that family who say it that way. So
ambulance.
But like
oh no, I wasn't. Oh no, I didn't even see that you had mentioned it. I wasn't reading chat.
Okay.
Sorry, Sager.
No, but remember, by 11 o'clock, there are that's when the 30 ambulances arrived, and like it's not until 11:19 that Halloween is officially called off. That is an hour and 19 minutes after all this whole thing started.
Right.
Because the police chief didn't get to the station until 10:45.
Because he took his time. He was strolling, having a grand time.
Because he was stuck in traffic.
Yeah. Okay.
To be fair, they are saying that them not being there was better. Even they know that those police would have just made things worse.
Yeah.
Except for that one cop and his partner who were like really, really trying.
Yeah. Okay.
Basically, the DAs were like, no, like, let the fire chief go. And the firefighters came together to support him. Like, they did not believe that this was the right.
Okay, why are you doing that? Did you go back or something?
I didn't touch it.
Together to support. It felt like the government was using their chief.
Stop
sure,
that.
there is a lot of critique out there about maybe it wasn't the best managed, but he did seem to try. The police, it just really was further escalated because the fire chief's poor management of the disaster. It just really seems like they're trying to point fingers.
Why are you doing that? Stop that.
Citizens did not agree with this because I do think that there is always a level of distrust with police, but with the firefighters, they were truly acting as first responders. It wasn't even in their plans. Like,
are you in an ad jump scare? Okay, let me know when you're out. Yes. Oh wait, no, they can't actually hear me. Okay, let me know when you're out.
They're in an ad. Oh no, they can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
And the chief goes, honestly, trying to help and failing is far more admirable than not even trying.
Right.
And there was like, I think we mentioned it earlier. There was a cop and his partner, and they were part of the 137. They were just patrolling. They stumbled into it, and like this guy was trying so hard. He is like up, and he is like screaming, "Go back, turn around, don't go over there."
Right.
And like there's music blaring and people all around, and they can't hear him. Like he's so hard to hear.
Yeah.
And he says he didn't go back to the station for a megaphone because time was of the essence, but he's like, yes, he wished he had a megaphone
because he was unprepared. And by I don't mean that to be rude towards him. I mean that like as in they didn't have a meeting about this and say, hey, maybe this is something we should have on hand. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
And like, so yeah, he's like, maybe if I'd had a megaphone, I could have saved just one more life.
Yeah.
And how sad is that?
It is very sad. Very, very sad.
Yeah. We have the ad set to 60. Good, you're back. We have the ad set to like 3-minute ads every 60 minutes.
Yes, we do. Alrighty.
They weren't necessarily the most responsible for making sure that the crowd surge didn't even happen in the first place. That falls on the police. So they came in afterwards to help. A lot of firefighters spoke up and said, we gave our everything at the scene. And it wasn't enough, but we gave it all. They said that they watched through the body cam footage to learn and to see what they could do better. And one firefighter said, one thing I noticed is that there wasn't a single moment where any of my colleagues, not a single moment where we were walking. And I think that's supposed to call upon the chief of the police for his nonchalant attitude while the tragedy is taking place. And that's where we are. Like, it's crazy that there's no end right now. Like, there's no, okay, guys, and maybe we can all sleep better at night because this is what's being done. Like, that's just where we are.
It's so much more impactful to hear these personal stories because it just sounds like a crazy story, but to hear
and heartbreaking, so much more heartbreaking.
How this is impacting them is, I don't know, it just brings so much realness into this.
And I know a lot of people were focusing on the people partying and screaming on the beach and stuff, but just hearing how all these regular civilians, the way that they were trying to save each other, like, yeah. I think the one thing that we should try to remember is the news cycle moves so fast. And I just hope that the parents, the families, like, they get the answers that they deserve. One quote from the parents really stands out to me, which is, "Please serve our kids justice on their way to heaven." Justice. There's a sign that was put up outside. This is a sign that was put up around Seoul everywhere. And it says, "Please don't forget about us." About Itaewon. That is it for today's main episode. This wasn't even supposed to be like a video episode, but I just really wanted you guys to see and hear from the families of the victims. But please stay safe, and I will see you guys on Sunday for the mini-sode. Bye.
Oh,
so sad.
Oh no,
Sager goes, "I got 2 minutes, but it means no pre-rolled ads, so I understand."
Yeah.
Okay,
that's a good picture.
I swear I can never watch too much of her videos.
I know, they're so sad.
She's very, very good.
Yeah. She's good at telling a story. And
I think
they're all true stories, but she's really good at like being the narrator of like this moment, you know?
Yeah. Like, I know Monty has seen quite a few of them.
Yes, I have.
Nashith says her choice of stories are always so infuriating and sad, though. I'm glad for the work. And then Sager goes, "I'm glad for the work she does, but as an empath, feeling all that pain gets me."
Yeah, no kidding.
You know, I was literally crying, especially like the father and the daughters.
Yeah.
Fathers and the daughters. Like, I lost my dad in July, so like that just like really got me right there, you know.
Well, yeah.
We're gonna do our outro.
Oh, okay. I don't know what to say about that one. It's just all like frustrating and sad and anger inducing because it could have been prevented or even lessened, really, you know? And so by proper officials and management and a meeting where they could have just talked about what to do in case of an emergency like this, you know?
It feels like it was a perfect storm. Sort of thing, because they had the protests going on earlier and like with the president moving to that same city or the same province or whatever, and then they're like, "We need," what was it, 47,000?
Yeah.
Cops, and they're the ones that do crowd control at these protests.
Yeah.
Instead of having even 2,000 of them.
You can't even offer 100 extra that would have been trained in this to go over there.
Yeah. Like, they could have split their forces. They could have even been like, "Okay, here's 1,000 people. Here's 1,000 cops who are trained on crowd control to handle Itaewon."
Yeah.
And this Halloween thing. Like, I know it's 100,000 people who were in that area, but 1,000 cops could have made such a huge difference over the 137.
And it wasn't even like a surprise, you know, flash mob. You know, they knew that these people were coming. They knew that it was going to be a big deal, you know, ahead of time.
It was the first Halloween since COVID.
Yeah. And it was trending on social media. They were going to have several celebrities there, you know?
Yeah, celebrities and like, celebrities and like streamers, podcasters, all of that stuff. And like, you can't tell me that as authority figures and government officials, they are not aware of what is trending on the internet, and that this Halloween event in Itaewon was going to be a super big deal,
Yeah.
and that there were going to be so many people there. And they were like, "Nah, it's fine. It's fine."
Just don't understand how these higher ups just don't seem concerned for the people that they're supposed to be like governing and protecting, because like at the end of the day, if you are not like, your main job is to govern the people, to protect the people, to serve the people, and if there are no people left, who are you supposed to serve? You know, where do you get your money? Even if you take it down to like a logical level, it doesn't serve you to not do your job, you know?
Yeah. I remember there was a movie called Project X, and it was they were doing experiments on chimpanzees that were they were doing like flight, but they were testing out radiation in flight and stuff, and seeing how the chimpanzees like responded. And then this guy like tried to escape with one of the chimpanzees, or tried to like shut it down or something.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's been a long time since I've seen that movie, but this may be an entirely different Project X you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's the only Project X I can think of was the movie. But no, I definitely feel that there was a lot more that they could have done.
Oh, no, the one where they just Facebook invite everyone they know to a party, but it also happened in the Netherlands and caused riots.
But it's a cautionary tale on social media gathering people. Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Well, now I've just told you the plot of a movie that I think was actually based on actual events. It was made like back in the like late 80s.
Yeah, you guys should check out the movie. I don't know if it's any good because I've never seen it, but you guys should check out the movie.
Okay, I just remember it because it was the third movie on a VHS tape after I think it was The Land Before Time.
Oh, you mean you recorded back to back to back?
Yes. It was Land Before Time, and then it was a Disney movie.
Yeah.
And then it was Project X. Yeah. So it was like those three movies, because you could fit about approximately 6 hours worth of media on a VHS tape.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But, you know, Radioactive Ape sounds awesome. It's actually really, really, really sad. Because
Again, I've never seen it, so I wouldn't know.
So Nishith goes, we have a festival here. I'm not gonna try to pronounce that wrong.
I'll try it. Kumbha Mele. I have no idea if I said that right, but I tried.
Yeah. It's a huge religious event and one of the largest peaceful gatherings in the world. This year, there was a stampede there, which allegedly killed about 80 and injured 200. It had about 100 million people there that day, and it's a multiple day event, and it had over 500 million people attend. And she says, not bad. That's your pronunciation.
I try.
Yeah. That is crazy.
Yeah. We should do our outro before we forget, and then we can just chit chat.
So this this whole situation was so sad, and it should not. It was preventable.
Yeah,
it was completely preventable.
It was totally preventable, and that is the saddest thing.
That is the saddest thing, because 156
did not have to die.
Nope.
159.
Yeah. Oh, was it 150? Yeah.
It's in the title.
So like 158 died that night, and then 150, and then the 159th died a few months later because of the guilt.
Yeah.
And that's just stupid.
Yeah.
It was just stupid. It shouldn't have happened. But anyway, we'll see y'all next time. This has been the Ichiwan Halloween tragedy.
Yep. And I know it's really weird to say I hope you enjoyed, but I do hope you enjoyed our reaction. And if you're interested in Kitchen Nightmares or Jamie Oliver, something a little bit more lighthearted.
Uncle Roger.
Oh, yeah, Uncle Roger. Jamie Oliver.
It's Uncle Roger reacting to Jamie Oliver.
Yes, okay. If you would be more interested in those, they're in the playlists. And then I think we have 2 more Rotten Mangoes that you can watch. So, we'll catch you guys later.
Yep, I'm Missy.
I'm Auntie. Bye.
And we'll see you next time. Bye.
Okay.
Okay, now that that's done. Yeah, 100 million people is more than the population of the UK, and 500 million is more than that of the US.
Wow.
Yeah, and this is just the people who went to this religious event over the course of like 3 days. Or multiple days. I don't know, you didn't say 3 days. But over multiple days.
Yes.
So, like, more people than in what is in the US.
That's a lot of people.
Doesn't India have like a population of like 1 billion or something?
Oh yeah, I think so.
Like,
I could be wrong.
know they have like Sager goes 500 million is like 25 times the population of my country. And as she says, it's one of the biggest religious things that happens in India. I believe that you are right, yeah. Oh, it's closer to 1.4 billion. Okay.
That's still a lot. That's
a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like a lot of people. And 500 million is like half of that, I think. I'm not actually sure. I don't math well.
No, that's accurate. 500 million is half of 1 billion.
Half. So that's basically like half of the country. Oh, it's a third.
What?
It's a third.
Oh, because it's 1.4 billion.
Oh, yes, you are right. It's a third. Yeah. Okay. That's like a third.
We rounded down. Sorry.
that is quite literally a third of the country going to this religious event. That is a really big, important religious event.
Yeah, no kidding. I can't even imagine that many people just going to an event.
I can't either. I have been in a room with like 1,000 people.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, we like we've said before, we've run conventions, and one of the conventions we ran was like the second most popular convention in the US.
Yeah.
Yeah. In that category.
Oh, Sager also says I'm also Indian.
Oh,
awesome. And Nashith is like, might have been obvious to Nashith. And Nashith's like, I guess by the name.
I did not
Am
know
I
that.
pronouncing your name wrong?
Nashith or Sager?
Sager.
Oh, okay. I have no idea.
If I'm pronouncing your name wrong, I am deeply, deeply sorry.
Also, Nashith, if we're ever pronouncing your name wrong, please let us know, but it's been months. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, and we've dealt with thousands of people because, I mean,
yes,
it's thousands of people used to come to this convention.
Like, I believe one year it was like 60,000, I think. And I know that in the earlier years that we were going, it was like 30,000.
Oh.
I unfortunately do not know that much about Indian food.
Is it like
Sag
or sag? Sog?
But Nashith says we pronounce his name perfectly.
I should hope so. We're like months into this.
I would hope so too.
Which one? That one.
The last one. What did we say?
Sag?
Sag?
Sog.
Sag? Sug. But you added Sagar? Sagar?
Sog.
Sog.
Oh, it's Sagar. Okay.
Sagar. Okay. Because I just want to we like to make sure that we pronounce names right.
We got it. Sagar. Okay.
Yay. We want to make sure we're trying to pronounce these things right. You know, that's very important.
Yes.
I am still totally disgusted with, like, the authority.
The police officer.
The police.
Yeah.
Oh, it means
oh, see. That's so nice. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it was only 5 hours and 28 minutes.
That's it? Wow. Oh, under the 6-hour mark. Go us. Woo!
Yeah, and it's like 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. All right. So, Nashith, you weren't here for all of our, like, announcements. So, we are gonna be...
And Sagar.
Like,
Nashith and Sagar.
Yeah, Nashith and Sagar, yes. So we are not going to be here, like, we're not going to be streaming on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, because we are going to be going out of town. We are going to go to a, Renaissance grounds, and we're staying in a castle, and we're going to do a one-shot D&D in costume as a celebration for our friend's anniversary. It's gonna be super fun, and we're all at level 20, so, like, it's gonna be super fun. And we're gonna be gone for the weekend. So there won't be any streaming over the weekend.
So we'll see you on Monday.
We'll see you on Monday. And what are we doing next Thursday?
Next Thursday, we're having a 12-hour stream to celebrate my birthday and October. Well, the Halloween, but like all of October is Halloween. So, yeah.
Yep.
Also, this episode happened on October 29th. That's my birthday.
Yeah, so this whole tragedy happened on her birthday.
That's so sad. It's my birthday. Yeah, so we'll be doing, so there won't, I don't know, there probably, if we do a stream, it will be in the morning. But odds are we won't do a stream on the 29th. That's probably why you're getting a 12-hour stream on the 30th. You know, birthday stream and a Halloween stream mixed into one.
We're calling it a birthday spooktacular.
Ooh, yes, yes. I have no ideas as to what we'll actually be doing, but we'll probably throw in a kitchen nightmare. I'm not really sure.
And we definitely will be starting with like I'm on observation duty.
Oh, yes, we'll start with observation duty.
I really am hoping that the dice will tell a beautiful tale, and may all of us have natural 20s.
Oh, yeah, fingers crossed.
Oh, and she's linked the recipe for sog.
And the flatbread.
And the flatbread, you eat with it in Discord. Oh, yes, Discord.
Oh, yeah, we have a Discord. Yeah.
There we go. Discord!
Yeah, if you're not already in it.
Soccer.
I don't know if you're already in it or not, but...
Yeah, but we have a Discord.
Yeah, come join the craziness.
Fun. Yeah. So...
Hey.
Oh, you lurk there already.
Oh, good. Yeah.
I can't keep up.
I can't either. It's cool. I'm glad you lurk already.
Okay. Good to know. Then disregard the Discord. But yeah, so we will be back Monday, and like I know that like our newer one might not be the best conducive for people who are on the other side of the planet from us.
Yeah.
But we're trying to do the thing where I'm Ubering while Monty is streaming, and then Monty is Ubering while I'm streaming, and so you know, we're making money, and we're also being able to build up our channels at the same time, because it would be super nice if this is how we're able to do this as a job, you know. But
we're not quite there yet, but it would be nice, yes.
Yeah, but you know, we got these pesky things called bills that like to be paid every month.
I know. How dare they want money?
Yeah, that keeps us from our true calling of entertaining you guys.
Are we really all that entertaining? Yeah.
Yes, but we figure, you know, if we're at least streaming something at least most of the days of the week, you know, and that keeps us in the algorithm.
Yes.
Yeah. So, all right. It is like 3 a.m. here, so
we're gonna head to bed.
And if she says you are entertaining, all of us wouldn't be here otherwise.
Oh, that's sweet.
We do appreciate that. So, I think we're gonna go ahead and call it, right?
Yes.
Or did you just say that?
No, we can go ahead and call it. So
yeah. But we will see you guys Monday.
Yep.
And yeah.
Okay, we'll see you guys later.
Right,
bye.
Y'all have a good rest of y'all's day.
Yes, enjoy your days.
Right. Bye.
Bye.
I don't have to